that you desire and stand like way in the back. And we're going to let the actors pick who they want to sit with this time. Usually it's you get to pick the actor. We're not doing it this way this time. Okay, who else wants to, Missy, you want to play? Well, typically you are, because the reason, who was sitting in the room earlier and you saw me picking on her, she goes to every event that Doug Jones goes to. She's like almost family now. And we don't typically let her play along because everyone thinks that she's cheating because we've given her the answers, but I can assure you, she's never seen this game show, doesn't know anything, and what we'll do, I'll tell Doug that he cannot choose you to be the partner of. That way you're playing with someone else and it's fair. Fair, okay, pick a chair. All right. I've got 2 suckers out of the way. Who else wants to be in trouble? Okay, ma'am, come on up. Missy, I just kicked your poster. I hope it's not valuable. Go pick a chair. One more. We need a kid. We need a kid. Do you want to play? She's like, no. Huh? Who? No. Family cannot play. No. Then it's really going to be I'm cheating. Pick. I don't care. One of you. Okay, one of you. Come on up. All right. There you go. So now I need everybody's name. Hold on. I usually write this stuff down. Do you have a blank piece of paper? Because I don't want to run out of... You know what? That's fine. We won't run out. I'll use this. Okay. Ow, my finger. Okay. What is your name?
It's Alicia. It's A-L-I-S-H-A.
S-H-A. And this will be the fun part, is I won't remember, except for Missy, who everybody is. So it's going to be hey you anyway. Okay, what's your name, sir? David. I might remember you. You're the only dude on the audience. Okay, on the panel. Missy, got it, okay. And the last but not least. Shauna. I'm going to spell it my way. Is that right?
If that's a W, it's not right, but I'll take it.
Don't care. Okay. So, unfortunately, one of our panelists, for those of you that didn't figure it out over the last 3 days, Larry Bagby, who is in Hocus Pocus, was unable to make the show this year because he's actually filming with Kevin Costner. No, that was supposed to be much more thunderous applause for Larry, who's not here. He's shooting a film with Kevin Costner. So that's why he's not here. So I had to find someone to replace him. And I ran around all weekend looking for someone. And I was so gracious to actually get one of the 2 promoters of the show, Brett Parker, to take Larry's place. So you guys are going to make him feel like he's a rock star, because if you don't, you won't get to have tickets to the show next year. So please welcome Brett Parker of Granite State Comicon. Brett, you get to pick anyone you want to sit with. Great. You're going to be playing with Alicia. All right, next up, in her second only ever convention appearance, and she's going to be making many more, from Hocus Pocus, Amanda Shepard. Hi, Amanda. Amanda, you can pick anyone that you want to sit in front of. That's going to be your partner for round 1. Who looks interesting and less threatening?
You get to choose from those 3.
Okay, so that's David. All right. This woman needs no introduction because she has been in movies for years and everyone knows how gorgeous and amazing she is. She kicked ass in so many movies. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the evil baddie of Superman, Sarah Douglas. Sarah, you have to sit with Missy because she can't cheat with Doug.
Oh, okay. Hi there, everybody. Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Their mics are active, yes, sir? Okay, great. So Missy, Sarah. Okay, and last but not least, the amazing Doug Jones. Okay. And Doug, you're not playing with Missy, just so you know. You're playing with Shauna.
Okay.
Behind you. Okay. So panelists and fans, this is how this works. We are going to do trivia questions of the panelists that are here to learn more about them. Panelists cannot choose their own columns. So David, for example, and you look up there, you have to pick Larry, Doug, or Sarah, not Amanda, and so on and so on. Now, each pair can discuss with each other to come up with the answer. Hopefully the panelists or the fan knows the answer, and then you win a point. If not, oh well. The winner, what? You guys are all like, this is too complicated. I know what's happening, that's all that matters. So whoever gets the trivia question gets a point. At the end, the person with the most points is going to get to play in the last round to win a grand prize. Today's grand prizes, we have 2. For the top winner, go ahead, Brett, you can show everybody. Autographed Hocus Pocus picture and Ursa picture. This goes to one winner. The runner-up is going to receive a pair of tickets to next year's Granite State Comicon, courtesy of Brett Parker. Wow. All right, so if you want to do that, when you were asking for volunteers, now that you know what you're up for, and everyone that plays gets prizes, we have all kinds of prizes over here to go home with. No one will go home empty-handed. That's another applause, thanks. Okay, I just do this because I just want to be a center of attention.
We never would have guessed.
I know, right? Okay, so I think we'll just go straight down the line here. Alicia, right. You and Brett are going to start us off. What category would you want? And remember, you cannot pick Larry because he's technically Larry.
We'll go with Doug Jones.
Okay, I'm picking these. There's no particular order for these. Ready? Oh, it's on the back. Okay. Doug, I need my glasses. They're right here. I tried to print big enough, but it wasn't quite big enough. Okay, Doug starred in the Academy Award-winning film The Shape of Water. We all know that the film took home the award for Best Picture and also for Director, the amazing Guillermo del Toro. But overall, how many Oscar nominations did the film actually have? So they get to discuss it. And now here's the thing. If they get it wrong, one of you tries to steal it. And then if they all get it wrong, one of you tries to steal it and wins a prize up here.
Derek,
yes.
but we can't steal it, right?
You cannot because it's, right, they get to. Sorry. Okay, are we ready? Yes. What is your answer? 6. Doug, is that right?
6 nominations is incorrect.
Incorrect. Now, who can steal it, David or Missy? Or Sarah or Amanda? Chit-chat. That's why you're together. Now, think about it, audience members. If you know the answer, get ready to raise your hand. There's an edge there. You get to cheat in the audience with your iPhones. They can't. 9. Doug, is that right? 9?
9 is incorrect.
Missy? 11? Oh my God, you're getting so close.
11 is also incorrect.
It's also incorrect. Who knows the answer? Yes, sir. You got it!
13 is correct.
Come on up here and take a prize. Awesome. Okay, so nobody gets the point. We're going to move on to David. Yes, David. So here, you can come and pick. Here, we'll give you a comic book. And how about a Star Wars poster? And yeah, there you go. How's that? Okay? You can keep winning all day long. Okay, David, pick a category. Sarah Douglas. Okay, yay. So Sarah, you cannot play.
Thank God.
And Missy, sorry. Okay. One of Sarah's earliest roles in her career features her portraying the wife of an infamous, or a famous, either way works, of a famous monster in a made-for-TV movie. Here's your hint. This monster was portrayed in the film by Jack Palance. But there are other famous actors who have played the same creature in other incarnations of this character, including Gary Oldman and Christopher Lee. Can you name the monster? Amanda might have it. But give it to David, and you have to agree.
Yeah.
Oh, you agree. Okay, what's the answer?
Dracula?
Dracula, you got it! Oh. There you go. Sarah, can you share anything? What was the name of that film? Did I write it down?
Dracula. All I can share is that I had fangs, and my fangs kept falling out. And they got really annoyed with me on the shoot because every time I went to take a bite of a neck, the fangs would drop out. Because it was back in the day when we were, it was all pretty basic back then.
Yeah.
So Thanks for the memories.
You're welcome.
Okay. Not
Does
bad,
everybody
not
get
bad.
it now? Wasn't that much more exciting than a panel? See?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Missy, you're up.
Amanda.
Okay, Amanda. Amanda was in a band that uses heavily distorted guitars and has a very bluesy vibe.
Oh.
Can you name that band?
Good heavens above. Really?
Take a shot in the dark. Wouldn't it be hilarious if they got it?
Hilarious.
Yes.
Sex Pistols.
Oh, that would have been awesome. Amanda, was it the Sex Pistols? No. No. Okay. Who can steal? Who can steal? Get ready to steal and cheat. You can, really? Ooh, but you can't play. You're part of the show. I know. Give your answer to somebody. Okay, who's got it? Who's got it? Doug and Shauna. You
The
got
Sex Muffins.
it?
No,
No, sorry.
No idea.
Give it a go? They're like, oh God, no. That's okay. Who's got it? You do? Okay, wait for it. Wait for it. Yes?
I got nothing.
Yeah.
I Got Nothing is not the name of the band. Excellent. Yes? Amanda, yes it is. Hee hee ha ha. Here, come on up. All right. So we'll give you. We have a Star Wars poster and a comic book as well. Oh wait, here, and take one of these pins and yeah, there you go.
Getting rid of
Okay.
his stock, isn't
You're welcome. All right. Who's the next sucker? Missy. No. Who just did that? Shauna.
Sure.
Not Doug.
We'll do Larry.
Larry. Brett, it's your moment to shine. Aside from being a successful actor, Larry is also an amazing musician. He writes songs, plays numerous instruments, and performs and sings extremely well. He performed an original song titled Counting My Lucky Stars alongside the music of Tim McGraw for an episode of what CBS hit TV series, here's your clue, that features the character of Lily Rush as a Philadelphia police detective in the Homicide Squad. Oh, good! Is it your question?
No, it's ours.
Oh, it's theirs. Well, you're not going to get the point. So that,
Am I allowed to answer that? Because I'm not.
Larry,
Yeah, so I don't have any insider.
I'll let you steal it.
Okay.
But they have to do it
Okay,
first.
yep.
Okay? The hint was, once again, the character of Lily Rush as a Philadelphia police detective in the Homicide Squad.
If only we knew who Lily Rush was. Right?
It's the character. Oh, you mean the actress?
I
I didn't write that part down.
No, it's all right.
I don't
So
know.
the character's name was Lily Rush.
Lily Rush. The real clue is Philadelphia Police Detective Homicide Squad. I mean, I'm basically giving it away. You all know it, right?
They will Google it, that's why.
Yeah, it sounds like a cop show.
Yeah.
I don't know how I got that. So,
Do you know the answer, Brett?
any idea?
She does.
Oh, what cop show took place in Philadelphia, though? Because it's CSI Philadelphia. There you go.
CSI Philadelphia. No, I'm sorry. It's for the steal.
I know it because I was watching it this morning.
Oh.
It is Cold Case.
Yay! Who are you? Alicia. Alicia. Alicia?
Alicia.
Right. Alicia. Excellent. And now we're back to you, Alicia. You get to go again.
All right.
Oh, a long time.
Okay, fine.
Go with Sarah Doug.
Superman is not the only DC franchise that Sarah has been part of. Along with others, she has also appeared in Batman Beyond, Supergirl, and the Green Lantern animated series. Can you name any of the characters from those three shows that she played?
Don't look at me.
You run a comic book shop
know.
and a Comicon. You should know this. No pressure. He may have to sell his comic book shop after this.
Green Lantern. Give me the three shows.
Green Lantern, Supergirl, and Batman Beyond. Any of her character names. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Da, 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 da. No, that's the wrong. Yeah,
Play Ursa and Supergirl.
she played Ursa in Supergirl.
Yeah.
No, she played Ursa in
I know,
Superman.
but it's a swerve. It's a swerve. She
Oh,
also
you're
voiced
trying
her on
to
the show.
swerve-
She voiced her on the show too.
Did you?
There was a episode.
Sarah?
What?
Because that isn't what I wrote, but it could. Is it
what
true?
did I do?
Did you play
Did you reprise
Ursa?
the role of Ursa on the show for one episode?
Not Ursa. She wasn't called Ursa. Was she?
See, no, I don't,
I don't
think so. No.
I know.
I'll tell you what, Brett. Look it up and prove
I
me
don't
wrong.
think
But
so.
it's when I looked it up on IMDb, it was this
Okay,
answer.
no, I trust
Okay, who
IMDb
can
over myself.
who can steal up here?
I think I
Except
got
for
that.
Missy. No? Okay. Get ready over here. Who? Anybody?
Google,
Okay, go.
Google.
Hold on. Okay, yeah. Just make up a bad name and maybe you'll hit it. Dr. Smith is wrong.
I was gonna say Lois Lane, but
Lois Lane is wrong. Who's got it? Donna. No.
No,
What are you
and
looking up?
Cheating.
He's looking down at his
Cheating,
phone.
and you got it wrong.
Mannix, put your phone down.
You can't even cheat right.
No, honestly.
Well, you must be doing real good in school. Okay, anyone? Yes. No. This shouldn't have been that hard, guys. All right, nobody gets the point. Nobody gets it. Oh, you got it? No. Wow. Oh, wait, yes,
You're right.
the last one in Batman played Mala. Good for you. Excellent. Come on up, get something.
Earned that one. That was good.
You earned it. Since that was a Sarah Douglas, here, we're going to give you a Sarah Douglas poster and a pin. Ooh, and a comic book, too.
Well done.
All right.
Get nervous.
Who's next? That's a good excuse. You get nervous, Brett. David, Doug Jones. Okay. I'm loving it. Doug Jones is often referred to as the Boris Karloff of our generation, making us believe the characters he portrays under heavy makeup. But every once in a while, we get to see Doug appear in a film where he gets to play a human. One of these rare instances has Doug in the leading role of the film about a 40-something-year-old door-to-door salesman who becomes a punk rocker. As a cool side note, Doug went to school at the University of Ball State, who was a major backer of the film. Name that film. Did it? I know you know it, Missy.
I will steal that one.
Okay. We like it when people on stage steal. Not that I don't mind you all win prizes. You're hugging a cheater, just so you know. Okay. You need to teach him how to cheat better.
pay attention, Derek. They have an answer.
Oh, who is it?
Sid Vicious?
Sid Vicious is incorrect. Missy, what's the answer?
Jerry, for My Name is Jerry.
Exactly. My name is Jerry. Dougie, where can they see the film?
You can see My Name is Jerry on the YouTube in its entirety for free. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Missy's, whose question was that? I've lost track now. Okay, Missy. Larry. Okay, Brett. When he was 8 years old, Larry's debut performance on stage is what started him in his career path as an actor and musician. The play is known around the world and is perhaps one of the most famous musicals about a place very far away from Kansas. Can you name this musical? They've all got it but you guys. Come on. Come on. Who is it?
It's not us.
Oh, it's them.
It's not us.
Well, now I'm not impressed anymore.
Oz.
Huh?
Oz.
The full name?
The Wizard of Oz.
The Wizard of Oz. Excellent, Missy. Look at that. Okay. Don't lose the enthusiasm now. Whose turn is it now? Ah, Shauna. Okay.
Amanda.
Amanda. What is the date of death of Amanda's character, Emily Binks, in Hocus Pocus?
Do you want the year too?
You know what? No one's winning, so at this point, if you just give me the date, I'll skip the year. What the hell? Unless one of them knows the full date,
October 31st.
which Missy does.
1699. 1693.
Ah, Missy's got it. October 31st, 1693. Okay.
Yeah.
Back with here, right?
Yep.
What is it? Every once in a while, an actor gets to portray a highly recognizable character from our culture. This is true for Doug Jones as well when he got to recreate the character of Count Orlok in the remake of this film, which isn't out yet, but everybody should know it.
Yes.
Whose question is this?
It's ours.
Okay, what is it? I'll give you a hint.
No, you can't give them a hint.
Okay. Why? Because Missy knows it.
Yeah, well, that's why I said no hint.
All right. See, Sarah's playing for you. This is how it works.
He actually did give us a hint.
What's the answer? It is Nosferatu. You are right. Alicia. Okay. David. David, you need some. Shauna needs points. Good God. Doug, you're not helping your teammate out at all here. Okay, David. Okay. Sarah Douglas. Sarah gets to play a lot of baddies on screen. In Superman, Sarah's character is technically a baddie alien when she's on Earth. Can you name another franchise in which she played another baddie alien? Missy, you can't talk to Sarah. She knows the answer. Come on, you're winning. So, the bonus steal question for a prize is, after they name what the film is, if you can actually tell me the character, you can come up, the character's name, you can come up and get a prize. So, what is it?
Did you say film or TV series?
Well, if I give it away that way, then the project.
The project.
The project.
Good.
Cheater, you got your phone out? Okay, good. Yes? You have no idea. Amanda. Okay. Doug for the steal. Oh, Doug and Shawnee for Shauna for the steal.
We'd like to steal this. It would be the television series V.
Correct. V. So who's got the character name for a prize? Literally nobody. Okay. Do you know the character name? For a no? Okay. Great. Not giving away prizes for the name of Pamela. Whose turn is it? Missy.
Doug Jones.
Oh.
Playing with
Ringer.
See, I shouldn't.
Ringer.
Okay. Oh God, and this one's wait. Oh, it's the last one. It's too easy. What is the name of his? What is the name of the species of his character from Star Trek?
Kelpie-can.
What?
Or sorry, Kelpie-an.
You said it wrong.
That's my character. Kelpie-an.
She does not get the point for that.
Oh,
No. I'm embarrassed now.
no, she has a lisp, and you can't blame the poor woman if she
It's my
mispronounced
Michigan
it.
accent.
It's an absolute.
It's a Michigan accent.
If anyone isn't figuring this out, you definitely want to play with Sarah. She will defend you to the end. I love it. All right.
We'll do another one from Amanda.
Okay, Amanda. How many auditions did Amanda participate in before director Kenny Ortega cast her in Hocus Pocus? Kenny Ortega, sorry. It was that Michigan accent. Sorry. Yes. 1. Amanda, is that correct?
That's correct.
It is correct.
One and done.
All right. Back down here to Alicia. No pressure. Sarah. A departure from fantasy, horror, and superhero roles, Sarah can currently be seen as Mrs. Averill in a popular holiday Netflix series about a reporter who goes undercover as a tutor to get the inside scoop on a Playboy prince from Aldovia. What is the name of this trilogy?
That just got weirder with every second. Like more, like I have to see this now. That's
Come on.
Come on.
Every Christmas.
Oh, that is a huge hint.
I know. I thought I would help them. They don't
Can you
know.
see through the
Fine.
paper? No. Laws? Laws? What does laws have to do with Christmas? Oh, claws. No, it's still wrong.
We're gonna steal. We're gonna
We're
steal.
gonna
We're gonna steal. We're gonna steal.
Christmas Prince.
Thank
A Christmas,
God,
a Christmas
somebody
prince.
didn't even- and you hadn't even heard of it.
Who is that? Shauna. All right. So, no. So, Sarah.
Yes.
Oh, well, you can see it on Netflix. There are 3 currently, correct?
Yes, there are.
And is there going to be a 4th?
Well, we were planning a 4th, but COVID happened, and the young actress that played the princess was, I think she was about 16, and she was playing about 12. Well, now she's a very voluptuous 18 or 19-year-old, and we have a slight problem here because COVID has come in the way. So I'm hoping that there'll be a 4th one. They've just got to wait till a little while for her to grow into her fabulous figure.
Okay.
Because
Excellent.
you can't have a 14-year-old looking like da-da.
Yeah.
So it'll be a future version. Excellent. Something to look forward to. Where am I? David. Okay. Larry. Very nervous. I'm very nervous. Larry, alongside with another panelist, Doug Jones, have both appeared in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Did you know that, Brett?
Oh, I know.
Oh, thank God. Can you name Larry's character from the show? No, it's not your question, though, right? Who is it? Oh, David, yeah.
Can't do it. I'm gonna steal this.
Brett's gonna steal it, no pressure. Do
Do you know it, Missy?
No, not even like take a stab in the dark. Maybe you'll get it right. I mean, there's only like a million guys' names, but who knows?
Oh.
If? Oh, Biff. No, that's Back to the Future, and it's not Larry. It's some other guy. Okay, Brett stealing?
Isn't he the gentleman?
No, that's Doug's character. I want to know who Larry's character
I
is.
don't know that. I got so excited.
Anyone
That's
else
why
want
I
to
thought you
steal?
said
Okay. It is Larry. You are correct, sir.
Oh, wow.
Come on up and get a prize. Or 4. Let me see. I'll do this one. Here, that's a Larry question. We'll give you a hocus pocus
Meh.
thing. There you go, sir. Take all of that stuff. Okay, 2 more questions on the board. We are at Missy.
Like, it kind of eliminates one, so.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Is it one Sarah? No, it's
No. Amanda and Larry.
Amanda.
Okay. In her personal life, Amanda practices a... The hell is that? That can't be right. A healing technique. I wrote dealing technique because it was going to be, she's like a card shark. Okay. In her personal life, Amanda practices a healing technique that promotes relaxation, reduces stress and anxiety through gentle touch. Can you name this energy? Reiki, you got it! Last but not least, Larry. Who's Shauna? Yeah.
Okay.
Can you name the soap opera Larry appeared on where he played the character Frank Ellis?
No.
Daytime soap, not General Hospital.
No.
That's a hint, just,
Okay.
Which one is it again? It's not Shooting Light or Guiding Light or whatever the light one is. It's the other one.
Jeez.
You're giving them enough clues here?
I mean, she's losing. Well, David's technically losing, but we don't want to make David feel bad. Okay, what is it? Can you guys steal? Steal? Maybe? You think so? Yes.
We're gonna say Days of Our Lives.
No, sorry, it's not. Go ahead. She's like, that was the one I thought it was. It's the other one.
One Life to Live?
No. Oh, I forgot about that one. Well, there's a lot of crappy soap operas on TV.
Young and the Restless?
The Young and the Restless. Missy goes on to the final round. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our panelists. Panelists exit this way, and we're going to give you some prizes. Ow.
I had Missy.
We rallied.
Yeah, actually come down the stairs. Right. That's what exit means. No, you guys stay. Oh! Did you just try to beat me? I'm going to sue you.
What's happening
Brett,
here?
fire that guy. Okay, here. Yeah.
Why are we staying?
Never fired you.
You're staying because
Eric,
you're
does
still
Missy-
playing.
No.
Oh, no, you don't. You can sit. You're in the final round, so you get to sit in the front row now. Okay, so here, you take one of those, and you take one of those, and you take one of... That one's empty. Oh, that's because it's the display one. There you go. And there's a comic book for each of you there. And, yep, you can... There you go. And then take these posters right here. Round of applause for the losers. All right. Now that you all see how fun it is, now you all want to play, right? So I need a couple of more people. There you go, sweetheart. Come on, sit here in the front. I need another one. You wait, come on. What? Oh, you want to play too? Okay. Well, what? No, just sit over there. Go on. Okay.
Very bossy,
All right.
isn't he?
What?
Very bossy. You are.
I know. I am just a tad.
Sorry, everyone.
All right. I have. Oh, here it is. All right. Now, This next part of the game is who's telling the truth. I'm going to ask a question. It all has to do with the world of film and filmmaking. You are going, I know, right? You are going to listen to each panelist give an answer. 3 of them are going to lie to you guys. 1 of them is going to say the truth. And it's going to be up to you to figure out who's telling the truth. Do you understand the rules? Excellent. Okay, panelists. We'll start with Mr. Jones's answer, and we'll go right down the line.
Oh, sakes.
Mr. Jones, what is a boom mic?
A boom mic.
A
is
boom mic.
A made-up term that you just came up with to fake us all out.
Okay.
No such thing.
That could be an answer. Sarah, what is a boom mic?
Well, if I remember correctly, a boom mic is. There is a word that I struggle to use because I'm English and it's rude. Okay? So instead of saying fart, in England, instead of saying F-A-R-T, because that's really rude, isn't it rude? Yes. We say somebody's just had a big boom, you see, and, oh, she boomed, you say. Now, because on a lot of TV shows, a lot of films, actors are often called on to actually fart. And so they bring in a special mic to record the sound. And this is a special mic because afterwards they have to, I mean, obviously they have to clean it and disinfect it. Because who wants to work with a boom mic that's been used to capture? So when they say, could you bring the boom mic in, we know we're in for one thumping big
Amanda, beat that. What is a boom mic?
I believe it's one of those program microphones that has kind of like a beat to the ear so that the actor knows when they're supposed to go on.
Okay, excellent. You guys paying attention now, right? All right. Brett, what is a boom mic?
I'm the only like non-film industry person. I thought it's like the mic that's on the big like stick, and the guy like holds it, and the boom, you gotta like keep it out of range, and that's what they speak into for a scene.
Excellent. So we have 3 very good answers. So now the pressure's on. What's your name, sweetheart? Gavin? Davin. Davin. Okay, Davin and Casey and Eric. Okay. Do you know who's telling the truth? Who do you think's telling the truth? Which one? Sarah? Doug. You think Doug is telling the truth, that I made it up. Okay. You think Brett is telling the truth, Eric. And Brett. So we have 2 for Brett, 1 for Doug. Panelists, who's telling the truth?
Well, I am the truthful one.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Oh, wow.
So,
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
it's all right. No pressure. So we have Eric Davin with a D, right? And who was the other one? Casey with a K. Okay. So you guys each have 1. Excellent. All right, panelists. Let's see who can trick us again. For crying out loud. Getting old. What is a Willem scream? What is a Willem scream? Since you told us the truth, let's see if you can lie to us this time. What is a Willem scream, Brett?
Well, I just saw a documentary on this, and Demetrius Wilhelm, he was a director that really wanted to protect his actors' voices. So instead of them screaming take after take, he created this library of screams, male screams, female screams, children's screams. That was kind of weird that he had a library of children's screams. Now that I think about it, he's kind of a weird dude. So if an actor wanted to rest their voice, they would, all right, I'm calling a Wilhelm. And then they...
Okay.
Demetrius Wilhelm.
So I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's not Willem, it's Wilhelm. Okay, Amanda, what is a Wilhelm? What is a Willem scream, Amanda?
I think it's originally sound like a sound effect for the film Distant. Is it Distant Drums? Distant Drums. Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember writing that on that piece of paper, but that's okay. Sarah, what is the Willem scream?
Well, Willem B. Davis.
I'm sorry. I just like hearing you talk.
Willem B. Davis was a very famous director in Hollywood, and he was a bit of an old queen, and he used to scream and shout and get terribly worked up on set, sort of having a hissy fit. And one day, he shouted, "Cut," so loudly, in a fit of rage, that his sound of his cut traveled from the one sound studio to the next sound studio, which is where we shoot our movies. And on that set, they were in the middle of an enormous sequence, which was in motion. And suddenly they heard, "Cut!" And they stopped filming. But of course, it wasn't their director that shouted "cut." It cost them a fortune. And it was Willem who, it's known as the Willem Scream because he was a bit of a screamer himself, if you don't mind me saying. And it's gone down in history as the Willem Scream.
Excellent. Okay. We've got one more now. Doug, what is the Willem scream?
And Sarah thought she wasn't going to be able to play.
No, I didn't think I wouldn't. I didn't want to.
Oh, we didn't want to play. I'm sorry.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, there is. The Wilhelm, it's spelled Wilhelm, it might be Willem Scream, was the original title of the movie Scream. Campbell, Neb Campbell, was her character's name was Sidney Wilhelm, and so of course the title of the movie was based on her screaming, but then it didn't test well with audiences. It was kind of like that sounds like a medical procedure. So why don't we call it just Scream instead?
Okay, I'm a little perplexed because, wait a minute.
Don't you know the answer?
I do, but somebody didn't say it quite right. I don't care. Okay. Do you know who's lying? Because I sure don't. I mean, do you know who's telling the truth? That's the actual question.
For some reason, she went off feast.
Oh.
No? Amanda? Okay, maybe. Oh, thank God. You are? Okay.
Huh?
Okay. Panelists, who's telling the truth? It is Amanda. This is why I was confused, just so you all know. She truncated it, which is okay, because you didn't actually trick them. But the point of it, the original sound does come from a film called Distant Drums, and it's actually a guy, an extra in the background, that did a very bizarre scream, and sound designer from Star Wars, Ben Burt, found it in a catalog at Warner Brothers or one of the studios, and started using it in Star Wars, and now it appears in like every film that Lucasfilm does the sound for. It's that scream that's like every time a ship gets blown up and you hear that scream. That's the Willem scream. So you all picked Amanda. Amazingly, wow. Okay, yeah, excellent. So, okay, panelists. When you have the real answer, don't truncate, because you confuse the hosts. Okay. Amanda, we'll start with you.
Okay.
What is a MacGuffin?
Oh.
A MacGuffin.
It's like a McMuffin that they have, when they cater, on the sets. I started seeing them, and they were like a McMuffin mixed with like a Big Mac. And it was the weirdest thing, and I thought, where do they find these? Where do they get these on set? But lo and behold, the McMuffin.
All right, so from catering, it's actually food services on set. Sarah, what is a MacGuffin?
Well, I mean, everybody knows this, really,
Oh.
don't they?
Okay.
We're gonna
Well, I
find
mean,
out.
you should know it because it's a term used by I think he created it by Alfred Hitchcock for something, an item or an event or something on the set that has terrific significance to the actual movie, but the audience doesn't really know about or care about. But to the actors and to the production, it is very, very, very important. So, for instance, you have the engine playing in 39 Steps, which is highly significant, but the audience doesn't really. But we all know what it means. We also, and the what was it? Pulp Fiction, Briefcase in Pulp Fiction. It has great significance, and therefore it is called, what do we call it, a MacMuffin?
A MacGuffin, okay. Very good, very good.
Yeah, so it's something that has great significance to the production, or yes, to the production, but the audience doesn't necessarily realize it at the time.
Very good, okay. Thinking caps on in the front. Doug, what is a MacGuffin?
MacGuffin. I'm actually now hungry from a McMuffin. Thanks for that. But a MacGuffin is actually the name of a building at a soundstage in London, England, where I have actually shot before. And when MacGuffin is listed on our call sheet for the day, and a call sheet gives us all of our information today, what scenes are being filmed, locations, cast members that are involved that day. When we see MacGuffin on there, we know that that's the building we are to film in that day.
Excellent. You would think Sarah would know that, being British. Brett, what is a MacGuffin?
Early 1900s, Arthur J. MacGuffin. This guy could produce a movie. He could get it down. He could get it so perfectly razor sharp within budget that people started using the term when they were making, well, you better have a MacGuffin. You better get that MacGuffin. You better hit the MacGuffin. That is like the goal, to be perfectly within budget. And it's super hard. But Arthur James MacGuffin did it every time.
Brett watches a lot of documentaries about filmmaking. All right, the pressure's on. Who's telling the truth? Do you know? Sarah, okay. You're going with Doug. Sarah, Doug. Sarah. So 2 for Sarah, 1 for Doug. Panelists, who's telling the truth?
You are so smart.
I know, right? Aren't I smart?
I know that. The only trouble is you're wrong. I was doing
Yay! All right, so Gavin's got 1, and it's Eric, right? You got it. Okay, excellent. Okay, panelists, your next clue or question, and we're on to Sarah starting first. Sarah, what is a property master? What is a property master?
Well, it's as simple as it sounds. It's the person on the set in a production that is in charge of props, of all the buying of the props that are needed, the property that is needed. Are you looking at my words? You're cheating. Cheating. Yes, so he would go through the script. He will read every scene very carefully and see exactly what is needed. So it will say, you know, that they need a pencil, or he's going to drive a car, or he's going to need a cup of tea. He is in charge, the property master, of gathering all of the props for a production. Simple as that. Makes common sense, doesn't it? Property master.
I like that. I like that. Okay, Mr. Jones, what is a property master?
Property master, yes, would be the one who is actually the security guard over all of the props that are used in a production. So that means that when they are set aside, they become quite collectible, and people like to pilfer them and steal them and sell them on eBay. So we have there is a security person on every set assigned to protect and guard all of the props from that production.
So you would have one on Star Trek Discovery because everyone wants your
kidding
emblem
me?
on your
Yes.
suit, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I can't walk off with them. That's
Because the property master will kick your butt.
will kick my ass.
All right. Brett, what is a property master from all of the documentaries that you've watched?
This one I just knew.
Oh, okay.
Because it's in the words property. It's the location. It's the property. If you want to use somebody's house, you want to use their property, you got to have the master. Hey, we like your house. We want to use it to shoot. It's the actual property. It's not
Okay. All right. Excellent.
like location.
Wonderful. Amanda, what is a property master?
This is
is actually like kind of taken out of set, but it's like a property manager, but for actors, but they just changed the name to master, which was really strange because I'm like, what's the point of that? That makes no sense whatsoever. So, yeah, property master.
Okay. This is a hard one, isn't it? Because they all sound very real, right? Do you think you know who's telling the truth? Amanda. Okay. Do you think you know who's telling the truth? With Doug again, do you think you know who's telling the truth? So we have Amanda, Doug, and Sarah. Nobody believes the documentary fan who just happened to know this one off the cuff. Don't suck up, it's fine. Panelists, who's telling the truth?
Wow.
Oh, it's me.
It's Sarah! I'm sorry.
Can I just tell a quick story?
Please.
About property? Superman, when we were shooting on the back lot in England at Pinewood Studios, they built Metropolis on the back lot, and we had this wonderful scene that the three villains arrive and we blow the street down. We blow everybody through the streets of Metropolis. They built the fronts of all of the shops as if we were in Manhattan, in Metropolis. So you saw Mothercare, you saw different McDonald's, because it was the first time they had done product placement. So in other words, it was the first time they'd got into advertising. So they built the front of the shops, they filled all of the shops with the wonderful things that that particular shop would sell, and then at the end of the day, we all went home. The only trouble was there was no back to those shops. So when we came into work in the morning, and there was no property master to guard it, everything had gone. It had all been stolen. Because they just walked in the back. I mean, it was just all open. So there you are.
Oh, wow.
Bravo.
Good job.
So who won that one? I forgot. It was Eric. Okay, Eric. Eric, you're on a roll here. All right. Panelists. Two more questions. What is a fake shemp? Sarah, we'll start with you. What is a fake shemp?
Well, it's a lighting term on the set. I can honestly say I can't read what it is because I haven't got my glasses on. So I'm really going to have to make it up. That's all I have to say to you. Because I know it's something to do with the light that they want when they want it to look as if it's shot in bright daylight. So they would bring in a fake shemp. They'd say, can we have a fake shemp? And it's to make it look, so on a gloomy, rainy, horrible day, that they want it to look bright and sunny and glorious, they would bring in a fake shemp. That's about all I can figure out from what's in front of me. So.
Doug, what is a fake shemp?
Oh, well, a fake shemp would be referring to anyone who appears on screen but is not recognizable, whether it's their face not showing, or they're standing in or for another character, or they're an extra in the background of some sort, whether they're not a recognizable personality. And that would be a term that was originated. Fake shemp was a term that was originated by director Sam Raimi, who borrowed it from this Hollywood folklore, which is probably true, about how the person that they used to stand in and be a photo double to finish the filming for Shemp Howard, who was one of the Three Stooges. After his death, they had to finish the film, and so they got a fake Shemp in there, and so that term has gone on to denote people who are not recognizable on film.
Okay, very good, Mr. Jones. Brett, what is a fake Shemp? Easy.
Steven Spielberg is the world's biggest Three Stooges fan. If you go back and watch all of his movies, you can literally pick out little nods. In Jaws, arguably his biggest, most successful movie, Quint, the boat captain, he was originally going to be named Shemp. So he was dubbed the fake Shemp, but he was because Steven Spielberg wanted to just have that ultimate nod, this incredible character named after one of the Three Stooges. He was convinced later that it just doesn't have the same, so he became Quint, much more kind of a cooler name than Shemp. But one syllable, Quint Shemp. Didn't have to change a lot with the stuff. It's just a one-syllable change.
It's impressive.
Wow. Amanda, what is a fake Shemp?
You know, like, I started seeing this maybe, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years ago when I went into wardrobe, and there was like a little tag, and it said fake Shemp. And I thought, what? So I asked the wardrobe lady, I said, what is this? She's like, oh, honey, it's because we don't, you know, we can't get the real hemp in, so we use the Shemp. It's mixed with the sheep. I'm like, what? Like, you couldn't afford, like, the real hemp? Like, come on, you guys. It's hemp, please. So I thought it was hilarious. But anyways, yeah.
Okay, there you have it, guys. All very good answers. We'll go this way. Do you know who's telling the truth? Doug, do you know who's telling the truth? Doug as well. So we're all going for Doug. That's the answer that they're all going with, is that Doug is telling the truth. Panelists, who's telling the truth?
It is me.
Yay! All right, one. Ooh, Eric. Okay, so here's the thing. Eric, it looks like you're going to be going on, but it's fine. We still can do the last question because I took the time to write it.
You a member of the Academy?
And we're on to Doug. Doug, what is an Abbey singer? What is an Abbey singer?
Sorry, I haven't looked at this one yet. Sorry. Okay.
You mean you don't know?
No, I do know. Oh, I do know because I've been in the business a long time.
Yeah, okay.
You remember those old TV commercials with the catchy music themes? A lot of commercials always had a catchy theme, like da 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 da. Hey, you know. And these original commercials were sung by a woman named Abbey Singer. So now when a director tells a film composer that he wants a theme song like those old TV commercials, he just says, I want this piece of music to sound like an Abbey Singer.
Excellent. Could be Doug again, right? All right, Brett, what is an Abbey singer?
All right, so I'm going to assume there's some cosplayers, perhaps, in the audience. So you have heard of a Singer sewing machine, like the best? Well, that was, Abbey Singer was a famous costume designer. No, I didn't watch a documentary, I just knew this. And she kept like adding additions to her sewing machine, so it was like, it became, you know, just like her thing, so now a Singer sewing machine is the big thing. On set, when they want the perfect costume designer or whatever, they say, get me Abbey Singer. Oh, you better be an Abbey Singer. Like, oh, wish Abbey Singer was here. It's just a term for a high-end costume maker.
Okay. Okay, Amanda, what is an Abbey
The
singer?
second shot of the day.
Pardon?
Duh. Brett, you should have known
Duh.
that, all the stuff you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The second shot of the day. Okay. Sarah, what is an Abbey singer?
I have to say, it is my great honor to be a member of the Academy, so I get to vote for the Oscars every year. I take great pride in it and take it very seriously. But, I mean, of course, Abbey Singer, it's not an Abbey Singer. Abbey Singer was the first woman to win an Oscar. Simple as that.
Okay. Again, tough answers, so the pressure is on. Who's telling the truth, Eric? It is tough. Amanda, Carrie, Casey. I can't read my writing. I knew it started with a K. Casey. Amanda, sweetheart. Sarah.
My girl.
All right, so 2 for Amanda, 1 for Sarah. Panelists, who's telling the truth?
Well,
Hello.
It is Amanda. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So, Eric, you go on to the last round. Casey, and Davin, you guys are our runners-up, so come and take this lovely pile of prizes right here for each of you.
Okay,
You
so
each
the
take
last shot.
that, everything you see there, everything you see there. Thank you for playing.
I'm so glad. I thought, why would they
Awesome,
have a
awesome,
second name for the
awesome.
second shot?
Okay. So now we're on to the last part of our game.
Is it over?
Almost, Sarah. Okay, so Missy and Eric. Where did Eric just go?
Oh no.
Oh, yeah, come.
Oh,
Come
no,
over here.
No.
Sarah's like, oh dear God.
No, I don't do this. Whatever it is, I
This
don't.
is the best
No!
part. Okay.
Oh.
What? Why are you having pressure,
So you have
Eric?
to be able to see this.
Why are you having pressure? Yeah, but
Yeah.
you don't do the drawing, they do. So there's really no pressure.
Are you serious? Do I get paid to do this?
No.
Nah. So I'm going to ask Eric to pick 2 panelists to play on your team. Any 2 you desire. Pick Brett. I don't care. Pick Brett.
No, you don't have to.
No, I'm teasing. No, seriously,
no.
pick 2 people that you want to
You
win.
don't have to. I'm a horrible drawer.
Oh no, and I'm in a bad mood.
No, because
I
they'll
need
cheat.
Really good coffee.
Doug and Sarah. Doug and Sarah, please come sit with Eric. Do we have enough chairs? Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
That means we also get to guess. what the-
Or we'll just put this in the middle,
we get to guess.
like this.
Okay.
Hopefully we can.
Oh, there is enough. Okay, so Sarah and Doug, please come sit with Eric.
We're gonna come down there.
Oh, yes. And Amanda and Brett, you'll be playing with Missy. Okay? All right, now. We're going to play Pictionary. Only the stars get to draw. You guys need to get, the team guesses. So whichever one is drawing, the other 2 are yelling out as many clues as possible. You guys, if you're last, you can have a chance to steal. So don't scream out the answers, okay? The version of Pictionary that we play is, the basics are always the same. You cannot write letters or numbers as part of your hint. But what we do allow is for you to write dashes for how many words are in the clue. And then once a word is given that is in the clue, you can fill in that dash. So if it's I rock, you would have 2 dashes, and once they say the word rock, you can write rock here, so that it's a little bit easier to try to get along, okay? The idea is to just keep screaming out as much as you can based on what the actor is drawing. Everybody good?
I have managed to go almost 70 years without playing this.
I am honored that we are breaking that streak. Yes, Doug. Yes, a minute. We have a minute. Absolutely. And, yes, oh, you need Brett. Go ahead, Brett, you're needed for 1 second. The world is falling apart outside. Okay. All right, and then if neither team steals, someone in the audience can steal and win a prize. Oh, God, Brett looks panicked. Do we need to replace you? Maybe? Okay. Well, then we'll let this team go first until they work that out, and if so, we will. Okay, so. No, we'll let Doug go first, because that way Sarah can get into the groove. Where's my little bag? Okay. Now, the clue for everybody is all the clues in the bag have something to do with one of the panelists. Okay? All of the clues have something to do with one of the panelists. Okay. Mr. Jones, dig, and don't show anybody but me. Yes, you just keep screaming out answers. But you have to help. Yep. Yes, I did. Yes, you're right.
Right?
Yeah, because I was typing it this morning and I was exhausted. But yes, so go ahead and write your 3 lines. And I need my phone. Okay. All right, so there's 3 words in this clue. And we have a clock and a timer and a... All right, on your mark, get set, and go. Okay, start saying things. Anything but that. Halloween, okay, there you go. Pumpkin, keep going. Jack-o'-lantern, keep going. Ooh, ooh. Ah, he just nailed it! Boom! See how easy it is? Okay, and then sign it, Doug. All right, and this is the part that we surprise everybody with. Somebody in the audience gets signed versions of everything we do. Ah, crap. Oh, because it's sticky. Why is it sticky? eBay. There you go. All right. Now, we did lose Brett officially. Crap. No, not Alberto? Okay. Is it, okay, Bobby, come on up. And Bobby's a good artist, too. You guys are in luck. What? All right, so Doug, have a seat. And Amanda, we're going to let you go first. Yeah, you're going to guess. So this is Bobby Simzik. She's one of my best friends. Oh, Brett, are you coming back?
If Bobby wants to do it.
If... Okay, that was Bobby, and there she goes. Okay, Brett. All right, Amanda, pick your clue. Is everybody having fun except Sarah? Okay, don't show them. So it's 4 words. All right, so give me that. All right, it's 4 words. Dee-dee-dee-dee. I love it. Oh, and then here, you have to keep the hint that you guessed so we can add them up at the end. All right, Amanda, are we ready? Set, go. Okay. Just start screaming things out.
Warehouse, Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box. No.
Old-timey food.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh.
A voodoo doll.
Ooh, I like a voodoo doll. Oh, I got what she's doing.
Awards. Academy Awards.
Right.
Grammy.
Right award, where does it go?
EGOT.
Brett, you've got it. Just say it all together now.
Grammy.
Oh, no, almost. Put the word award here.
Grammy Award winner.
That's the Grammy.
Grammy.
Another word for...
EGOT.
No, another word for Oscar. Ah, stop. Stop. Can't draw anymore. Last chance to say it. I got it. Shut up. Oh my God! What the hell is happening? I got it. Okay. Last chance. Got it? You don't.
Academy Award winning actor.
Okay, write the word Academy. It's so close, but it's not what it is. You guys get to steal. Academy, no, you can't keep drawing. Sorry. Academy Award winning. There you go, Academy Award winning film. Write the word film right there. You get it. I did that, right? I'm sorry, Amanda. I'm trying to keep the audience going. I don't want them falling asleep. Okay. All right, put a film and then sign it. Yeah. Oh, dear God. Okay. Oh. How come I can't? Okay, there we go. Look at that. All right, who wants to put that one on eBay? Why did you all stop clapping? Okay. Okay. When it's framed, the edges won't show, so it's fine. There you go. All right. Now it's Sarah's turn. Her first time in 70 years appearing on the game show Pictionary. You've seen her in Superman, in V, in Falcon Crest. Yes, don't you remember? Oh, okay, good. It's such a good one for her first time. That's what she said. 6 words. Okay, 6 words. All right, 6 words. So draw your lines. We're going to give you 1:30 for this one. Well, it's her first time. You want the first time to go long. Oh, you don't, but you just did. So there you go, guys. She's doing the last word. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to help you.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to help you. The clue is hocus pocus. Over here. Sorry, it's you guys. Okay, 6 words, clue, hocus pocus. Sarah, go. Write that word right there. Children is the last word. Doug has an idea of how I play the game. So this is an easy word. Okay, so pay attention, pay attention. Ooh. Huh? You're doing what? I don't know. What's happening?
Screaming. Suck the life out of children.
Yes, Mr. Jones, you got it. Oh, I didn't hear you. It's a thing from Hocus Pocus that Bette Midler and the other witches do. They suck the life out of children to gain life.
And this is my first one I've ever done.
I know. Look how good you did. And it only took you actually a minute, and I gave you 1.5 minutes. And then she's going to sign that for one lucky viewer.
Shut up. My friends actually quoted her anytime we're like,
Wait a minute.
Okay, lovely. You want to put this one on eBay? Good, come on down. There you go. Awesome. Yeah, no, the contestants never draw because it's all about the famous folk. All right, now. Well, it's 4 words and it's easy. And the first one you should be able to do like in a heartbeat. All right, 4 words.
1, 2, 3.
Back to a minute. Back to a minute. Okay, and you guys just wait. These are your team members here, not them. All right, go. Write it. Ghosts. Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. Sad is a. You're not supposed to talk, Brett. Which is a. Write it. Second word, third word, feelings. What the hell is that? Hieroglyphics? Ghosts have feelings too. Good job. Did you read that as I was holding it? Okay, you got it. Brett, yes, they do. They want it. They want it. That says Brett. Who wanted that? You did? Okay. There you go. You're welcome. Excellent. All right. Doug. Sarah's like 1 and done. Okay. Yes, no, we keep going until we have a winner. Yeah. This will be easy, and the one that they fill in the rest, they'll get it. Trust me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words. 5 words. 5 words. Do-do-do. Oh, I love how Doug tried to make it the length of the words as a hint. Okay, Dougie, are you ready? Yes. And go. Okay. Nobody can see. Okay, watch the drawing. Oh! Oh, yeah. Who's guessing? Oh, you are. It's Billy. Yeah, say that word. Zombie. Zombies. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Okay. Do another one, Dougie. Yeah. Pressure. What did you just say? Oh, okay, no. Witch, you got it. Okay. Yes. Zombies and witches. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay, everybody stop drawing. Stop drawing. So last shot to say what this is. So close. So close. On water, no. Okay, for the steal, you all get to, and you guys steal too. That actually would have been a better one. It would have been easier to get. No. I know. Okay, you guys, last shot, and then she's going to steal it. They know, what is it? Eat salt. Oh, hate salt. Oh, it would have been good. No. This is an ice cube to be put in the water. Yes, there you go. Zombies and witches are cool. Come on up and take some prizes. I don't know. All of that and that. There you go. All right. Now, there we go. We're good. Thank you, Dougie. What? Oh! Future reference, stay seated till I tell you to get up. Who wanted it? Who? Him? Okay. There you go, sir. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay. I'm coming. Okay. All right, Amanda. Clue. I know, right? Okay. I'll let it slide. So what is it? Which one is it? Oh, she kind of knows. She's like, yeah, I got it. Oh, this is easy. But wait, you got to write the things down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Oh, right, and she's left-handed, so I'm going to stand on this side. Okay. All right, ready and go. What is that, a scrambled egg? Oh, aliens. All right, okay. Next. Yeah.
Travel to Earth, galaxy.
Right, Earth. Last. Okay. Yeah. This is.
Invade, come to attack.
Aliens are attacking Earth.
Destroy.
You're right there. Keep it coming.
Take over.
Yes, you got it. Now put it all together. Oh, it was you last time, and you blamed me. Say it. Aliens take over the Earth. Write it. Got it. All right, sign it. Awesome. Okay, we have a time for a couple more. Oh, yeah. Which means you get to draw again, Sarah. All right. Good. Give Sarah the pen, and I will not attack her with the drawing. Okay. Yes, I saw that hand go up first. There you go. No, not you. All right, Sarah. Now that you get it, it's easy. Brett, why can't we all sit together and have coffee and bagels? Next year. Oh, I'm making us late again? What? What? Yes. No, trust me. The two of them will get it. No, trust me. Because trust me. Yes, but 7. Let me see this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're not allowed to say that, but okay. Ready and go. Here we go. We know we're late. Don't get. Oh, you're not here to talk to Brett. See, told you! That literally took 10 seconds. Now write it. A virgin lights the black flame candle and sign it. She was panicked, and I'm like, trust me, the minute you do this, they've got it. I should have told her to draw a virgin, but I'm like, how do you do that? Oh, right. Oh, that was fantastic. Black flame candle, yeah. That's fine. Yeah. And then make it black just so it's black. Yeah. There. Love it. Okay, and now sign it. You want it? Okay. That's fine.
Wait a minute.
Yes, I'm just... I am never going to ask her to play again. I think that's what she's going for. Sarah Douglas is fabulous. That one you will not be putting on eBay because that is awesome. All right, Brett. No. Okay. Count what's in your hand. Count what's in your hand, please. What you got? Oh, come on. Another one. 2 seconds. How many? 4? 2. Okay, so what we'll do is, depending on how this one goes, it'll either be this is the last or one more, and then we'll be done, okay? All right. Brett is saying this is the last one. I told you guys that you didn't schedule it right. Give me the piece of paper. All right. There's no clue for this one because it's too easy. Ready and go. Who's guessing? You're guessing. It's what?
Which one is this?
The first one. Huh? That is a boy symbol, and that's a boy symbol who's not excited. They're both boy symbols. Yeah. Oh, I see. Right. Fly. She said you're not supposed to draw the virgins now. I don't know how to do the girl symbol. What is this symbol? But we don't want it. We want to know what this symbol is. She's not even playing. Here, man. There you go.
Literally how do I do every other word?
Okay. The hint is Sarah Douglas. No? When we actually say what it is, you're like, duh. Come on. Huh? Yes, but wait, let them guess first. But you got it. Did you, no? Nothing? Nothing? You're winning anyway. Who cares? All right, what is it? You'll believe a man can fly. It's the tagline for the first Superman film. Sarah, come up and sign this one for somebody, since you're in Superman. I know Brett drew it, but let's give this to somebody. You're both gonna sign it. As Brett walks away with the damn pen. Okay. So they're both gonna sign it. One person will get to walk away with 2 autographs. The winner is Eric. You're the grand prize winner. So there is your autograph package, okay? Missy, guess what? You're going to be on an airplane next year. You're going to have no choice. You get 2 free passes to next year's Granite State Comicon. You need to give Brett all of your info. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brett, Amanda, Sarah, Doug. And thanks for playing. And Derek, oh, thank you. Now, do me a favor before you exit. And I know that you can actually take whoever needs to go. But all of the fans in the room who stuck around, I have to get rid of all this stuff. So come over here and I'm going to give stuff away. Come on, don't be shy. Everybody come up. I'm going to start putting things here, and you guys are just going to walk off with it. You're just going to walk off with it.
am currently running a show called The Drawing Board. Now, if you've tuned into The Drawing Board before, you all know that this show is usually done digitally. So I'm happy to say that this is actually the first time I'm doing it in person with a live audience. So you guys are a first for me. If you're familiar with The Drawing Board, welcome back. If not, the show is a really fun pop culture based show. I sit and I talk with guests from the comics and entertainment industry, and we find out a lot about them and what they do. And while that happens, I'm also drawing them at the same time. So you're also going to get to see an art process as well as hear about some really cool stories. But now I have to introduce my guest because obviously she's sitting up here with me. Most of you in this room are probably familiar with Janet. Janet has done a bunch of incredible things, from working, probably a lot of you know about Legend of Korra, which is absolutely incredible. Has also done acting in physical formats too. But I think one of the coolest things is she also has a bunch of podcasts like Braving the Elements, which is a really fun podcast. I had a chance to actually take a listen to some of it. Nice. So everybody please welcome my guest, Janet.
Hello, friends. Hello, hello. Thanks for having me, Erin. Erin is so amazingly talented, and I don't like for people to draw me. And I have to say, having gone over to her table and seen her work, I'm going to love whatever she does. And I'm going to be like, why don't I look like this in real life?
I think I figured it out. This is going to be a compliment off today. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to get ugly.
We're going to
see
see who can say the more flattering things at this.
Yeah.
So for people that are watching the live stream or in this room that may not be familiar with what you do, because I did just mention a bunch of other things, do you want to tell us a little bit about your career and what you do?
Sure. Boy, there's no way for this not to sound like patty on the backy. But I am, I'm a writer, I'm a producer. I founded a comedy festival in San Francisco almost 20 years ago when I was living there as a student, called SF Sketchfest. We bring in people from all over the United States, Canada, I would say the world, but you're sort of near the entertainment capital when you're in San Francisco, so we have a lot of people from Hollywood and stuff. We started out just doing sketch comedy, like Kids in the Hall and The State and Black Lady Sketch Show and stuff like that. But over the years, we've grown to be, a music, like Weird Al comes and does shows, and television reunions like Freaks and Geeks or Best in Show. That's a movie. And so now it's this sort of wild, like a little of everything. So that's always really fun. And I'm an actor. I'm going to be on a new show on Apple TV called Platonic, starring Rose Byrne and Seth Rogen. So that's like me on screen. Voice of Legend of Korra. Got to do the voice of Wonder Woman in the Injustice movie, which was insane. And I'm still not sure how that happened, but it was really cool. And I created a puppet-based show with Neil Patrick Harris called Neil's Puppet Dreams. You can watch that on YouTube. It's about Neil and the fact that every time he falls asleep, which is a lot, he dreams in puppet. We did that with the Henson Company. And I also did there's a series that's on YouTube called Fortune Rookie, in which I play a version of myself who leaves show business to become a full-time psychic, and am pursued by my nemesis, James Roday from Psych, who is very angry that I have decided to pose as a psychic. And if you like that show, Tim Omenson is also in it, and is wonderful. And there's just a lot of people you recognize from other stuff like Fred Armisen. And anyway, so that's some stuff. How's that, Erin?
That's a very good answer for that. And
okay.
Honestly, that gives me a lot to work with here.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
So you've had your hand in a lot of stuff.
Yes.
It seems like you do a little bit of everything. How long have you been doing this professionally?
I guess like maybe a little over 15 years. When I was living in San Francisco, I was going to SF State and I was working also full time. And I sort of chose San Francisco over sometimes when you move, it's like you move for a job or you move for school or you move for a person or you move for the city. And I moved to San Francisco because I had been there when I was 13 and I completely fell in love with it and was like, I have to live there someday somehow. So I dropped out of school in Northern Arizona where I was going and just went and lived in San Francisco for a year until I got residency, and then I went to SF State. But I really was working in like the interior design world, like as a project manager for schmancy rich San Franciscans, which maybe
Which
wasn't
is
for
a
me.
lot of San
but
Francisco
it turns out
people.
you have to be kind of schmancy to afford living in San Francisco. But then I worked as a buyer in this home furnishing store that had a bunch of local artists. So it was sort of like, it was sort of like pre-Etsy in terms of like, just supporting people who were making a living as artists, and that was really fun. And then then my friends from SF State sort of dragged me into forming the sketch comedy group with them, and I had never done comedy before. I thought I was like, yeah, I'm one of the funniest kids in the class, like in 5th grade, but I'm not like super funny person. I loved hanging out with them, so we ended up doing that, and then I started taking improv, and then that's the thing that took me to LA. We got kind of scouted by, like, HBO used to have a comedy festival in Aspen, and they came up and saw us and invited us there, and so I was planning on staying in San Francisco forever, and then like agents and managers were like, come down, like, come be a funny girl in comedy. And so that's kind of what took me down there.
So it doesn't seem like acting was your first route.
It wasn't, except if I like run into somebody who I went to, say, junior high with or something, or even high school, they'll be like, I always knew that you were going to do this, because I definitely was like in the theater department. And then I have to be like, no, you don't understand. There was like a 10-year period where I was like consciously avoiding doing, acting and stuff. So it kind of feels like it did lead me back eventually to the thing I loved when I was a kid. But that's one of the things I always tell people is like, everybody has a different journey, and what the shape of yours is should be different from everybody else's. And there's no it can be frustrating because there's no cookie cutter way to, say, become a voice actor or become an actor or even become a interior designer, I guess. But you bring all of this stuff from the rest of your experiences in life. Like, it comes into play in ways that I couldn't have planned on. And so I'm like, nothing is a waste. Like, nothing is ever a waste of time,
Now, you had mentioned schooling, which is something I love talking about, because a lot of people are iffy when it comes to certain things with schooling.
Sure.
For you, do you think that was necessary with where you are in your career now to be in school? Do you think that's something people could kind of pick up on their own?
Yeah, that's a great question. It never occurred to me not to go to college just because both my parents had been teachers, and I got a scholarship to like anywhere in AZ because I was salutatorian, which I did not know what that was until I found out I was one, which is like, for the people who are better, get better grades than you, they're valedictorians, and then you're second in line, so you're the salutatorian. But yeah, I got to go to a college of my choice in Arizona. So I went up to Northern Arizona University, which is up in the mountains, because I'm not a hot weather person, even though I'm from Tucson. And so I went there without thinking about it. I didn't declare a major my freshman year. I was very pragmatic. I was like, I can't get a degree in theater. I'll never work. But then by sophomore year, I was like, I don't know. And so I did major in theater. And it was fine, and I loved, I met wonderful people in school. But, when I moved to San Francisco and just worked, that was kind of great too. And it wasn't until I made the choice to go back to SF State, to go back to college and paid my way, that I really picked classes I wanted to take, that I was interested in. It feels different when you're working and paying for your schooling. You feel the value of that. You're like, this is my money, my hard-earned money. I want to get something out of it. And so I would say that, if you are a person who doesn't feel particularly drawn to a certain profession or a certain just a certain kind of this is my vocation or this is an area I'm interested in, I do feel like it's okay to give yourself time. And for some people that might be taking a few different classes and just checking out college and seeing if that pulls you in any direction. But for others, it might be going out and getting a bunch of different jobs or doing internships or, just being an artist if that's something, if you have, a couch you can sleep on. I respect all of that. Like I said, and everybody kind of comes to things their own way.
I always love asking that question because it's always interesting to hear like how many differences in opinion there is on that. Because some
Yeah.
people are like, no, you don't need to go to a school. You can learn better with hands-on. And then some people are like, no, you get some really good training when you're doing it
Sure.
in like an actual classroom setting. And I think it all depends really with the type of personality somebody has too.
For sure. And, if there's something that you like and that, you sort of take the temperature of whatever's happening in that world and people are asking for master's degrees or whatever, obviously, then you're sort of signing up to, like, I don't want to say play their game because that sounds super disrespectful, but, it's like, okay, well, this is a pre-requirement to, like, getting into that realm. But yeah, otherwise, also, like, I just was so afraid of student loans, not having, like, a strong knowledge of like what I wanted to do as an adult. I was like, I just am so scared of having to pay off student loans, so I just wouldn't do it.
I think that's like the common consensus with a lot of people is like trying to figure out like, do I really want to be stuck paying this off if I'm not even sure of what I'm doing? 'Cause
Yeah.
a lot of people end up switching careers, but do you think like what you went and you chose as your major when you went to school actually helped like in the long run with all the different routes you've taken?
I really want to be able to say yes. It's okay. I loved my theater classes. I did love them, and I love the set design. I will say I love the breadth of stuff that you do learn, and the sort of like that. I don't know how many majors there are that like to get your degree in theater, you will build sets. You will have a hammer and nails. You will, in my case, I got to weld. I got to cut metal. I got to, I learned about designing and perspective and making costumes and sewing and doing makeup, all of that stuff. So it's a wonderful major in the sense that, and it's very history based. You find out a ton about like political theater and what was going on. So it touches a lot of areas that like I feel like if you're a law major, probably you're not gonna like also sew a Shakespearean costume. So that part was actually really cool because it reminds me the most of like being a kid in classes when it was like, now I go to art class, now I go to music, like now I have an extracurricular after school class because my parents work late, so I'm gonna take folklorico in my case because I was in Arizona. I do think that it made me a more well-rounded person. But like, I don't know if having wait, I don't even have a degree. Let me be clear. I don't have a degree. I'm one science class short of having a degree, and I have a 3.98 GPA. And SF State is inducting my partners and me, who founded Sketchfest, into their Hall of Fame. And my partners have degrees, and everyone else in the Hall of Fame has a degree. So it's like, Cole Stratton, BA, Theater Arts, 2000 or whatever. He graduated, I have no idea. But and then mine says Janet Varney, drama. I'm like, yeah, I do bring the drama.
I mean, that's not a bad title to have. Somebody in the room has to have it.
There you go. Just drama queen. But when that happened earlier this summer, I was like, So I wrote them and said, normally I wouldn't bother anyone with this, but now that I'm going to be in the Hall of Fame, is it still true that I only need one science class to graduate? And they like hustled and bustled, and like a bunch of people wrote me from different from the theater major department, and then from like general education. They were like, yes, that is true. Like if you want to just go take a community college science class, it'll transfer and we'll give you a diploma. And I was like, maybe I will do that just to do it.
Maybe that's not a bad option.
Maybe
but
I'll get it.
Speaking of bringing the drama, we're gonna switch this to a little bit more of a fun side of this show.
All right.
Because drama's always a little bit fun.
Yes, indeed.
This is the question that usually gets everyone. So I think that when it comes to having a job, humans are multifaceted creatures. We have a lot of likes and dislikes. One of the things I love talking about is hobbies, because not a lot of people ever tend to think about that when it comes to a job. So for you, do you have any hobbies, even if they are slightly dramatic? And do you think that they help us actually be better with what we do with our jobs?
Oh gosh, yeah. What are hobbies sound, I always think like saying that a hobby is like taking long walks feels like a cop-out because it doesn't require much. But I do love to take very long hikes and walks. I feel like I've never been great at just sitting and breathing, which I know is very, very important, but it's hard for me to kind of be meditative, which is why I always do have to tell myself to be the leaf, just like Cora had to figure out. But I feel like that's a way for me to kind of meditate, but also be moving. And so I love that. I am super into miniatures. Really love like tiny things. That dates back to like just being a kid and like really wanting a dollhouse and stuff. But one of the jobs that I had when I worked in San Francisco was at a like a high-end miniature store. So I could have very long conversations about like tiny hand-blown goblets that are, 1 inch to 1 foot scale. I love listening to audiobooks. I have a neck thing because one of my biggest hobbies used to be riding my bike, and I flipped off my bike when I hit a pothole, and so I'm got some herniated disc stuff going on. So it's hard for me to just sit and hold a book. So I listen to tons of podcasts and audiobooks. What else? Definitely into true crime. I managed to, well, there you go. So I love true crime. Specifically, I'm most drawn to like criminal justice reform and, wrongful conviction stuff. And I was a huge fan of this guy Bob's podcast, where he, every season he actively tries to investigate and help pull somebody out of prison who shouldn't be in there. And that was a hobby. Listening to it was a hobby. And then I found out that he was a fan of some of the stuff I did, and I just reached out. And like a couple of years later, now I'm on the podcast that I listen to. So
Wow.
that hobby became a sort of job. Not something I get paid for, but that's totally fine. Because when it's a hobby, it's a passion, and you realize you just find yourself pouring hours into it, whether or not you're getting a paycheck.
See, I think that's the thing too, is a lot of people forget that not everything we enjoy has to be monotonized. And I think that's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Like, you can just kind of go, oh, it's kind of a job, but at the same time I enjoy it. So there it is.
Yeah, it's ideal, I guess, if you can find a way to do that so that you have more time to do it. But there's also, I know a lot of people who decide to pursue their hobbies full time, and then it's sort of, sometimes it can take some of the joy out of it because it becomes stressful. You're like, oh no, now I've really committed to this, and like the heartbreak of something not working out feels different than it would if it was just something that I was allowing myself to just enjoy and treasure and be relaxed about. So it can go either way. And I guess that's part of that, is just knowing yourself and sort of listening to your gut.
I will say the live cheering that was going on when you were saying about taking long walks, that's live entertainment right there. I thought that was going in a different direction. I'm like,
It was
woo, we're
met
going to
with
cheer
a
for some.
roar of applause in the next room.
We're going
and
to
I
talk
said I
about
like
some
taking
physical
walks.
activity of walking here. That's great.
Exactly.
It's always good with that. So along with that, because I think this is a really good tie-in here, a lot of people end up having a lot of stress when it comes to anything with their job, and especially in the entertainment industry, because that's something that can change at any given moment.
Sure.
What is ways that you've found that help you deal with that stress? Because that's something I think that never really gets talked about a lot in this industry.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Boy, I would say I think having hobbies and stuff that you do that isn't directly tied to that work is really important. I don't know. I mean, in that way, I think like working in entertainment, it's so, if you are a creator in entertainment, if you are writing books or comics or drawing, illustrating, making beautiful pictures, or directing something or starring in something or what have you, it's just so personal. It's so tied to who you feel you are at your core. And I was a kid who, like took criticism very hard anyway, even when it was like your math test. So when you're opening yourself up and really like, giving 100% from the artistic side, you can feel very vulnerable. And so I think that's very stressful. And so kind of understanding that those feelings are going to happen rather than just keeping them from happening. And by the way, this goes for like any feeling, anytime, not just like in the arts, but like recognizing the feeling is going to happen, like feeling not like, oh, I'm not worth as much as I thought I was, not from a monetary standpoint, but just like, oh, this person didn't like the thing I did, or, this person said no to the thing. That must mean X, Y, Z. Just not attaching permanence to that, and instead just being able to go, wow, that really hurt my feelings. Or I'm really disappointed that that didn't go the way I wanted it to. Rather than like pushing that down or being hard on yourself for feeling that loss, just letting that happen and then move on from it. Be like, okay, I feel this, I'm feeling this as long as I need to feel it, but that's probably not gonna be very long because ultimately I wanna feel good. Like, what's my resting point? Is it to always feel insecure, to always feel like no one's gonna like anything I do? No, it's to feel good about what I'm doing. So how do I get back there while still like honoring that it's hard, you know, that it does hurt, you are vulnerable. Is that an answer?
Yeah, I think
Hopefully.
that's a good way of putting it because I think a lot of people forget that too. Is like it's okay to have those feelings, but they shouldn't overtake everything.
Yeah,
with it.
because then we just get hard on ourselves for having the feelings. You know, it's like, oh, my friend got this thing and I didn't, and like, oh, I'm so envious, but I am also happy for him. But I'm also envious, but I'm happy. Like, and then you just spiral into this like, why would I ever be envious? Like, that's so wrong. It's like, no, it's not. You're a human being. Like, we all go through that. You know?
And you know what? That brings up a very good point I love talking about because this is a very competitive industry. Whether it be getting jobs, whether it be getting your work out there, getting seen, because there's a lot of that with social media. You know, who has the bigger amount of following because then more people see your stuff.
Right.
Do you think that's something that should be utilized in the industry? Or is there kind of like a way that you can balance with friendly competition?
Yeah.
And be able to like actually make friends with people who do the same as you, or is it more like a me first and don't even worry about
It's
anyone
definitely
else?
a me first thing.
Oh, it's always.
No. I mean, I think that's been kind of also a thing that sort of saved me. And what's hard about this is that it feels so much better to have a community of people who understand what you feel and what you're going through, and also celebrating the stuff that you're into doing. If I didn't live in LA, I wouldn't have access to some of the most brilliant, funny, wonderful, creative people, and doing stuff with them outside of what someone is paying us to do is so joyful, and it can be such a supportive world. And one of the reasons that I started the podcast, the JV Club, that I've been doing for like 10 years, is except for the summer when I interview identifying as male people, I only interview women or non-binary folks the rest of the year. And for me, it started out because I just hated the feeling of going into an audition room and seeing a bunch of women who were going out for the same thing as me and feeling that like prickly tension of like, well, you know, good luck, but I do hope I get it. Like, you know, I just hated that. And so, I felt like I was in high school. I felt like I was like, am I pretty enough? Am I thin enough? Am I this enough? Am I that enough? And that is like, I had spent too much of my 20s not having to think about that stuff in San Francisco. And I was like, I don't want this to turn me into a version of myself that I never wanted to become. So I started reaching out to those, especially women I didn't know, and saying like, you know, I have this podcast, like I want to talk about teenage years. I want to talk about how we sort of carry those feelings with us, even as after we leave our teens. And it ended up being this amazing, like, instant friendships with people that, you know, I otherwise would only have like lost jobs to, or they would have lost jobs to me. And instead I found out, you know, about their families and about where they came from and about why they're doing what they're doing now. And it made me feel so much better and so much more like, again, kind of myself than letting the industry tell you how you have to feel about other people.
I do love it. Seems like that's a very important topic to you, like that's very close to your heart. Is that something, especially because it's harder for representation of certain people in the media, especially for women of color, people, no matter their identity. It's a bit tougher in Hollywood to find places where they feel like, do you think that's something that can be improved upon? And if maybe a kid or somebody who's looking to get into this industry, should they let that discourage them if they're not seeing that?
No, for sure not. I mean, that's the whole representation thing is so huge, and I can relate to it in the sense that there are things I never even thought about doing. And you don't realize this when you're little, but you know, you just don't think about it because you never see anyone doing it that it looks like you or acts like you or whatever. And so when I hear, for example, this is still a huge one in show business, but like when I hear like young women who are super excited to direct films, I am like, dude, I am so excited that you feel that way, because there were 0 female directors when I was growing up. And like, it never occurred to me I could be one. Like, it just never occurred to me. It's not that I thought about it and then was like, oh, only dudes do that. It wasn't like that. It was so much more like internalized than that. It was like, I didn't even let myself ask the question and then tell myself I couldn't do it. It was just like, oh, it just never occurred to me. So, I feel like, you know, you get a real profound sense of that, and that is why, you know, it's so important to have just as many different voices represented as possible, because the way that diversifies what comes in to each, you know, vocation or expression of art or what have you, like, we're only going to benefit from that. We're only going to benefit from more empathy and more perspectives. So yeah, I mean, I love it. I'm so glad that, you know, we've made so much progress, but obviously it's not perfect, and we still have a ways to go.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, because I think even just working in the animation industry, we are starting to see a couple more women directors. We're starting to see a couple more stories from different perspectives come out, but it's taken even a while just to get to this point. I think this year there was 3 animated films alone that were directed by women directors and women of color directors even, which is very exciting, because now we're getting to see, I think one of the big ones this year was Turning Red.
Oh, sure.
Everybody was so excited to see, like, oh my goodness, like I have a bunch of friends who grew up in Asian households, and they're like, I never thought I'd get to see something like, so that's definitely a very exciting thing, and I agree that it should. We do have a bit more to go. A bit more to go. I want to flip to a little more of a fun topic, because not everything's serious. You've done a lot of amazing different things in your career, and we obviously get a lot of fun stories from doing that. One of the things I love talking about, though, is because we all make goof-ups. Like, we either stumble on our words. I do it all the time.
Every day, sure, every day, yes.
I mean, last time I was up here, I ended up tripping off the stage. So we all have interesting stories like that.
Me, for sure.
Do you have any, like, interesting stories where maybe something happened that wasn't planned, but it ended up becoming a funny story later on with a job?
Man, I'm so bad at remembering things off the cuff. And my husband is in the audience, and if you could think of anything, feel free to shout it out, because I feel like half the time I finish a panel, you're like, why didn't you tell that great story about da-da-da? I'm like, oh yeah, why didn't I tell that great story? I couldn't think of anything.
I think our brains like to block out those moments, like, oh no, I did this embarrassingly horrible thing.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely feel like, in general, I have a fairly good sense of humor about, like, making a fool of myself and, like, owning it and not letting it stop me from being, you know, out there. And part of that is improv, like, just coming from improv and knowing that you're gonna, like, if you go up not knowing what you are going to say at a live show, like, there's a very good chance something will happen. Right, everyone over there?
It's like, woo, get that crowd.
I wish I could time
going
it. I know, I really wish I could time it better, so I could be like, and just be yourself. And then it's like, whoa, be yourself.
The
We
thunderous
agree.
applause is just, again, live entertainment. This is
right.
great.
That's right. I mean, it's a con. At least we're not at, like, a music festival, because then it would be like,
Or
like
a
the
movie
whole
theater,
through the
if you got,
whole
like,
conversation.
the IMAX thing next
Yeah,
door.
yeah. Everything would be rattling, like the sense of something falling. No. So I'm trying to think if there's anything, like, specific that was embarrassing but turned out okay. I just can't think of anything specific. It's true. It's true that I punch the mic a lot when if I have to do anything physical in animation. Dante and I both do this. We talk about it on the podcast a lot. Like, we don't know how to sound like we're throwing a punch without throwing a punch. So there's just a lot of, like, punching over. Also, not realizing you're doing it. Like, you actually can start it out thinking, like, I'm definitely not going to punch this time. And then you're like, yeah! And before you know it, like, the chair has fallen over and the music stand is gone. So yeah, there's a lot of, like, there's a lot of awkwardness in doing voiceover. And I think maybe that's not true for people who really just do voiceover, but because Dante and I go back and forth so much, we sort of forget that our bodies don't need to be involved with what we're doing. So that is definitely something that comes up a lot. But even just, like, at my table, you know, I get excited and I'll, like, flail. I'm surprised I haven't knocked this over. You know, I'm a Muppet, basically.
That might be the first time I've ever heard somebody on the show compare themselves to a Muppet, and
Yeah.
honestly, that I get that. I get that on a very deep level.
Yeah, I definitely feel that way. In fact, a friend of my family reached out to me online and was like, "Oh, I just watched this video you did," and he's like a huge Jim Henson fan and like just loves puppets and puppetry, and he was like, "I was so excited to see your Muppet wave at the end," and I was like, "My Muppet wave? What are you talking about?" And I had to like go watch it, and I guess whenever I wave, I'm always just like, you know, I was like, that is actually a very
It's a little
Muppety,
Muppet-esque.
very
I didn't
Muppety
see
wave.
that.
I mean, listen, I love the Muppets, so I guess I was influenced.
I mean, you can be compared to worse things.
Very true.
You can be compared to worse things. I'd
Very
rather,
true.
I'll be a Muppet any day.
Yeah, for
Be a
sure.
Muppet any
For
day.
sure.
It's interesting though, you just mentioned about like it's harder to distinguish moving back and forth between live acting and doing animation acting. Is that a hard switch over? Because I've heard some interesting stories from people when it comes to doing both.
Yeah. Well, I love doing both. You know, the kid in me loves doing both, but also like getting to see yourself, quote unquote, yourself animated, you know, seeing a character that you look nothing like, whether it's because it's an animal or, you know, a child or whatever, superhero, whatever. There is something about that is, for me, every bit as magical as you would think that it would be. Like, I don't feel any closer to taking that for granted than I did when I very first started. Like, the first time I ever saw my voice with a cartoon attached to it, I was like, my mouth was hanging open. I was just like, and that kind of never goes away. And I hope it never goes away for anybody, because it's an amazing feeling, and you certainly, again, you never take it for granted. But then I also do love doing, you know, on camera or on stage stuff. You know, I have a very cartoonishly, I mean, I feel like I have like Jim Carrey's level of range when it comes to making ridiculous faces just in my life without needing to perform. So, you know, I do love kind of all of that coming into play as well. So yeah, I think they're just so different. They feel so different. They're both acting. Whenever people say, again, like, I'm interested in voice acting, we're like, just be you. Then you're interested in acting. Like, you're going to need to do some stuff and be in your body as well, because that, I think, takes you to a place where you can channel all of that through your voice. But I would hate to choose. Like, it would be heartbreaking if someone said, you know, you can only do one or the other.
Because I feel like there's probably elements to both that make them pretty fun.
Yeah.
I mean, you get to like actually dress up as the person
Oh,
when you're
for
doing
sure.
live, but it's also gotta be fun, like being able to sit in a booth and do like 20 different takes where you're just like, okay, let's see how weird I can make this one sound.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, the community of like being at a voiceover recording, if it is a cast recording, it's the most fun. If it's just you in a room just saying a series of lines, it's not as fun. You know, I mean, it just isn't. There could be 3 fantastic people in the recording booth, you know, directing you or whatever, but it's not the same as like, and being on a set is so fun because it's so many different people's dispositions and, you know, just all of the different departments that have to function together to make a thing. I also absolutely love, and I love seeing a bunch of different people doing a bunch of different things, all functioning like at their top. That's great. You know, that's really inspiring. And again, I love that feeling of community. It feels like being at summer camp or something. Like, we're making a thing, everyone. You know.
You know, you just brought up something I absolutely love talking about because I'm familiar with the process, being in the industry, but I don't think a lot of people in the room might be familiar with it. It's a lot different going from actually acting and then doing it in a voice booth. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that for those who may not know what it is?
Sure. I mean, you know, like doing Wonder Woman, for example, I like just, you know, was wearing whatever I was wearing, had read the script, had, you know, showed up at the facility where they were recording. There were like 2 or 3 people in the booth. And because I didn't audition for it, that you're always, feels so amazing to get an offer. They say straight offer is what they call it, but it's also terrifying because you go in and are like, so what about me? What were you imagining I would do? Because I don't know what you have in mind. And so kind of finding that is fun, but it can be intimidating. But again, that was just sort of me. I didn't get to record with my castmates. Everybody recorded separately. So it was very cool to see the end result, but it's not the same as, and so that's like, a few hours. So it's like, that was it. I just recorded an entire movie, like my part in it for over a few hours one day, versus like, having to be somewhere at 5 a.m, showing up, grabbing some oatmeal, going into the hair and makeup department and letting them do their thing. That's usually like an hour and 45 minutes of like bopping around in there. And then, eventually making it onto the set where there's, 100 people all doing what they do. And there's a lot of downtime for sure. I'm sure you guys have all heard that. But it's also just like, it's just really fun. It's fun getting to walk onto a set and again, like, or drive onto a studio, all of that stuff. As long as I've been doing it, it still feels like a privilege. I mean, it still feels like, oh, this is cool, Not that like I think that the show business is like royalty. There's a lot wrong with it. But the things that are fun about it, I try not to, just be like, yeah, that's right, I'm in a movie, whatever. Like,
you know what? I actually really appreciate that because there are a lot of people who are just kind of like, once they get to that certain spot, they're like, oh, look at me. Like,
Yeah.
I'm just so perfect now that I'm in. No, you wouldn't look that way without 20 different people doing their
Also
job.
true. Also, like, you probably don't look that great close up. Like,
No,
if you have giant eyelashes on, because
A lot of
like
computer
that's what they
editing
want.
happening on.
Some smoothing out of things happens. Yeah, it's not necessarily like, nobody wakes up like that.
So with 15 years of experience in this, I would say you probably have learned a lot of valuable lessons that you wish you would have known when you had started out. What was something that you wish you kind of could go back and tell like you as you were starting out? Like, hey, this is something you need to be aware of getting into this.
Yeah. That's a great question. It's actually kind of hard to say because I feel like I got all of those great lessons. I got a lot of that great advice from other people. I definitely had people around who were telling me the whole time, that were very supportive and very like, yeah, it's going to feel like your heart's getting stepped on because you're going to get so close to this thing and then it's just going to kind of get ripped away and you're going to feel terrible and then you're going to feel better. And it's a marathon. It's not a sprint, So I had all of those voices there. And I kind of feel like I had to go through it all. Like, I don't think there's anything I could skip. Much as I would love to save myself some of that pain, I just don't know how I couldn't have felt it. You know what I mean? I feel like I couldn't, only by kind of, I remember people saying like, you'll get a thicker skin, don't worry. And I thought, that sounds horrible. Like, it sounds like you won't care about anything. You'll just be this grizzled vet who's like, whatever, been there, done that. Like,
It sounds like a fate worse than death, but it's really not.
but it's like you're still yourself and you still have all those feelings. It's just a matter of like just living with them differently and being like, oh yeah, that stinks, but I'm gonna feel better, And so I think it's the like just knowing there's another, like, you'll be on the other side of something. But like I said, you kind of have to just do it a bunch to get there,
That's actually really good advice because I think a lot of people have trepidation with that specifically, where it's like the fear of the unknown of, oh, I don't want to go through that.
Yeah.
That's a bad idea, but sometimes the best learning lesson is through actually doing it.
100%. And that's, again, a thing that improv teaches you as well, is just like, get ready to fail. You're only going to get better at, there are things you just simply cannot get better at unless you're willing to fail at them a bunch. And there's like beauty in that,
Do you think that improv is a useful tool if somebody's trying to get into acting?
I do.
and
I think it's like the
voice
best tool. I really do. Not so much for theater sports, which are wonderful. And, if you love playing games and you like shows like Whose Line Is It Anyway, like those are very fun, like very short-term things. But for me, the value in improv is like just feeling more comfortable in your own skin and feeling like you can have a conversation with anybody about anything and not be in your head about it, because that's what improv does. It takes you out of your head. You have to be present. You have to listen. The priority isn't you or what funny thing you're going to say. It's what the person is saying to you. There's nothing worse than watching an improv show where everyone is desperately trying to be funny and no one is listening to each other. And that's why long form improv, as it's called, is like such a passion of mine, because you can have like long spaces where nothing's funny, but it feels real. And then so when something does happen that's funny, it's so delightful, because you sort of got wrapped up in whatever the scene was actually about, you know? And then that can take you into like being great, making adjustments when you are acting and someone says, could you just do that this way instead of being like, oh no, what does that mean? They didn't like the way I was doing it. I should internalize that and worry about it. Or, you know, what if I can't do it a different way? You just don't think. You just go, you know, great, let's do this. Like, sure, I'll try it a different way. You'll tell me if it's not what you had in mind. We'll get there, you know, having that confidence, I think.
That's a very good point to bring up, because I think that's an issue a lot of people have, is with the confidence.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm not going to do this. I don't want to continue on with it. Like that's a tough thing for anyone. I think getting over that fear of the unknown almost. So if you're prepared for it in that way, it seems like it's a good idea. Yeah.
You just have to be willing to come out on the other side. I mean, you're going to have, like, I still have moments where I'm like, why am I doing this? I need to quit forever. And then you just have to kind of wait that out. And then also just, like, again, listen to yourself and give yourself the room to know, like, maybe at some point that will be true and it will stay true. And that's okay too. But, you know, again, just kind of getting to know yourself through all of this.
So a couple more questions for you. These ones are some of my favorites. If there is somebody in the audience right now looking to get into that line of work, or even just remotely interested, what is a couple things you would want to point them in the direction of, to have in mind, or maybe just think about going into it?
Sure. I mean, again, like, improv's great if you're still considered a kid. There are improv classes for kids. Theater classes are really fun. Again, like any kind of group activity where, hey, feel ya, group activities, who's with me? Oh, what a gem. I said something so smart just then. But also, like, yeah, just making stuff with your friends. Making stuff with your friends is the best, and it's the closest thing to what I feel like I do now, truly, is like, you know, I think back on like being in high school and having, you know, my friend who did have the camera, who did want to make stuff, and like, it's not that different from what I do now. Like, it's really fun, and not being, and that's what is so amazing about, it's so amazing and so overwhelming about things like TikTok and YouTube and stuff, because there is this just like proliferation of content that's coming out all the time, and I don't like.
Have you gotten into the TikTok scene?
I mean, I'm not on my phone that much. Like, I can't stay on my phone that much.
It's very interesting.
I'm like a super fan of stuff. Like, I have friends who know, just like send me videos that, you know, I'm gonna love, and then I won't get lost in there.
Admit. Like, a lot of voice actors and everything do very well on there, but it's super overwhelming. There's like a feed of stuff 24/7.
Oh,
just
for sure.
Just keeps coming, and it's
I mean, if I could find a way to just be like, I know there are people who can just like slap together an amazing video super quick, but I'm not there. Like, I'm still in the place where like my head goes to the place of like, this has to be perfect, and like I need to, and then the next thing you know, I've spent an hour putting together, you know, a lip sync, and I'm like, I can't do that. Like, I gotta go do this festival now.
See, I deal with that all the time, where I'm like, oh, this has to be like the perfect thing in the world.
Yeah.
TikTok's not the place for that.
I love that, like, kiddos are just like, they seem so much more chill about that. And I know that's like an oversimplification, overgeneralization, but again, that kind of goes to the improv thing. Like, if you're less afraid to fail because you're more used to doing a thing, and you know that like maybe 2 videos out of the 7 you do, or like, you're like, yeah, that wasn't my best work or whatever, but you know, you got a couple that you're really proud of and you just keep making stuff. That's tremendous. Like, I'm so curious and so excited to see like what entertainment looks like in 20 years. Because I feel like there is going to be so much, there will be so much amazing stuff out there from people who start from a really young age.
Yeah, and especially within the last couple of years, the landscape has changed a tremendous amount.
Yeah.
My last question for you, my favorite one. I'm going to give you the floor. Anything you want to talk about. If there's a project you have that you want to spotlight, if there's a podcast you want to talk about, floor is yours. Anything that you're most proud of lately.
Oh, boy.
See, I'm going to give you the hard one as the last
I know. I mean, I just do not have a hard time talking, so I feel like I've really covered a lot of ground. Yeah, I mean, the stuff I've sort of talked about that I'm getting so distracted because now I'm seeing like how far this illustration has come, and it's like really cool. The podcast, the criminal justice reform is called Truth and Justice. The Braving the Elements podcast, where we talk about all things Avatarverse, that I do with Dante, is one of my most favorite things to do. I get to do a podcast on the regs called Hey Riddle Riddle, which is an improv podcast, Andy Riddle podcast, where you have to solve like brain teasers and riddles with 3 of my favorite improvisers who are just the funniest, warmest people. My JV Club podcast, I talk about, gosh, there's just so many podcasts.
The world of podcasts is so deep and alluring.
It
There's so many
definitely
butterflies.
is. It definitely is. I'm part of a thing called the Thrilling Adventure Hour that from time to time we'll still do a live show or a live stream, which is wonderful. That's with like Paget Brewster and Paul F. Tompkins and Busy Phillips and Joshua Molina and Mark Kevin Jackson. Now I have to say them all. Hal Loveland, Mark Gagliardi. I feel like now I'm introducing everyone from the Thrilling Adventure Hour. Please approach.
It's like take the Price is Right approach. Like, come on down. This is
Yeah.
the next contestant.
Everybody come on down. Yeah, but like, as you can hear from all of this in the comedy festival, as you can hear from all of this, like I love being parts of different pockets of things and just being inspired by all the different people that, you know, I definitely feel like creative people, if you're doing it right, you're definitely like a vampire, but like in a great way, because they're also vampiring right off you. You're getting better. You're learning from everybody all the time, and you're getting better. And hopefully you're, you know, doing the same and inspiring the person that you're working with or the people that you're working with.
So you're taking, but you're also getting at the same time.
It's an exchange. It's a vampiric exchange. No? It's okay. I just thought maybe. I'd hit the crest of a wave next door.
That's where the little applause sign appears.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we're at the end.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what I did.
Yeah, I mean, I've been totally peeking. Maybe I wasn't supposed to.
You can.
Look at my sweater even.
The sweater was an
It's
interesting.
so great.
the
I know, I
sweater
was
an
like, what's your
interesting
approach?
bit. I'm like, I'm
There's a
gonna
lot
just,
going on.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just going to make the best of this and let's see how it goes.
It's great. I love it.
Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
it was
you,
a blast
Erin.
getting to talk to you, and
Yeah,
thank you
this
to
was
everyone
so
who
fun.
came.
Thanks
to
for
the
hanging out
episode.
with us. Yeah.
And now we're gonna go figure out the rest of our days.
We're going to go figure out the rest of our day.
I think you have a photo out.
I think you're right.
I know. That's right. You guys have to see it. I almost forgot that there's an audience here, so I'm like, oh wait, I have to show it to everyone else too.
Good.
Oops.
I love it. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah,
You too.
yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today? Woo! Good to see you. You excited to talk about Mirage and some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Make some noise if you are. Woo! All right. Well, let's bring the teams up here that helped make all this happen. Coming up first, let's introduce Mr. Jim Lawson. Woo! Yeah, and hot on his heels is the one and only Eric Talbot. Coming up next, Mr. Steve Levine. And without further ado, Mr. Kevin Eastman.
It is the old man panel.
We were just joking about geriatric Mutant Ninja Turtles back there.
Remember when we were so young and youthful? No, I forgot that.
Well, it's great to have the family together up here, guys. Welcome. Thanks for doing all this with us today. Yeah, good to see you. So, family goes back for quite some time, Kevin.
Yes.
I tell you, so we know a little bit about how Mirage got started, and you and Pete in the early days. Maybe just walk us through when you guys came in the picture, and we'll go from there. What that looked like, because I know there's some good relationships here. You've been putting up with Steve since before Mirage days, so.
Yes. Do you want me to go that far back?
No, you don't have to go all the way back. So.
I was born in a very small. It was a manger.
It was a manger.
It was a manger.
Yeah. There was a glow, and then I was there.
Actually, in short, it's fun to look back, especially when we're in the state of New Hampshire, because this is very personal, very near and dear, because the Turtles were created here in New Hampshire. Peter and I had met kind of by accident. I found a magazine on the floor of a bus that had some comic books in it, cartoons in it, and I went to sell my work to that company. They stopped doing that kind of work, but they said, you should meet this guy, Peter Laird. He draws the same weird stuff you do, the superhero stuff. So back in those days, they actually gave me his address. I wrote him a letter. He wrote me back, and then we set a time to meet in this little town of Northampton. We hit it off from day one. We bonded over Jack Kirby, and then from the very first meeting, we knew we wanted to work together, so we came up with this idea of a robot encountering tiny creatures. He went home and penciled a page, I went home and penciled a page. Next time we got together, we swapped those pages, inked each other's work, and that was the first time we worked together. I moved back to Maine.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I learned something up here.
See? Pay attention, Lawson, for the love of God.
This is all the stuff we've lost over the years.
It's all those years in the asylum.
Yes.
Some of the stuff went away. It's like we shared rooms together in the asylum. So I moved back to Maine to work, because when you grow up in Maine, by law, you have to work from Memorial Day to Labor Day, these menial jobs, so you can make enough money to survive the long winters. I'm kidding. No, but I had a great summer job, and we could actually touch on that. Steve and I worked in the same place, the same lobster restaurant. So I moved back to Maine, and just by happenstance, Pete met a young lady who then became his wife. They moved to Dover, New Hampshire. She had a teaching job up at Dartmouth, and so they moved to Dover, which was just 20 minutes from where we were working in the Gunquit. And so that fall came, and at that time I couldn't afford college, so I'd sort of migrate a little nomadic here and there. And Pete said, well, why don't we get together and form a studio, because we worked really well together, and we'll try to sell our work together. And so I moved into a room, rented a room from them, 28 Union Street, Dover, New Hampshire. And we decided to form a studio, and we called it Mirage Studios because it was a mirage. It was our living room. And that was where, as history is quite correct, because I was there. One night when I was trying to make Pete laugh, I usually try to annoy him when he was watching some of his favorite programs, and Steve can attest to this, many years of T.J. Hooker and the A-Team and all this stuff.
Bad TV.
I just like William Shatner's hair
Well,
and
of
T.J.
course,
Hooker's.
that curly, little poodle on
Those
top of
fake
his head.
locks.
Yeah.
So late one night, I was annoying him while he was watching his shows, and I thought of if Bruce Lee was an animal, it would be the stupidest animal. He would be. Grew up in Maine, was really fond of turtles, so fast-moving martial artist, slow-moving turtle, and that was where the first sketch was done. So that's where it really started, right here in our backyard here in Dover, New Hampshire. So it's great to come back here, not only because growing up in Maine, but this is home turf, so it's a real treat to be here with you all. I can join.
Yeah, when did Steve and
say,
Eric
he was
and
the
Jim
first employee.
Yeah.
I was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
We didn't pay him.
No. I'm still waiting on the money from employee?
Yes, Pete.
I thought it was roommate. That
Let me
was
give
it.
you Pete's number. It's-
Venmo with the cash. So I joined pretty quickly after they kind of formed. You had kind of come back to Maine for a little bit, and we hooked up in. Was it the very first con?
Yes, well, yes, we had the Portsmouth Comicon was the first con. It was a Portsmouth traffic circle.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Howard Johnson.
Howard Hojo's in the traffic circle, yeah.
in the
So
traffic
Kevin
circle.
gave me I have to meet Pete. And if I get approved by Pete, I could possibly be part of the team. Because Kevin hated lettering, and he was doing that. And
Well, it was like, because I was the worst speller in the world.
yeah, but it didn't help when I took over.
No, we went to the same high school.
I used to tell Pete, make sure you write it correctly, because if not, it's going to come out incorrect.
No, it's actually it's kind of funny because there's a couple other layers to the story that directly relate to New Hampshire, and that was my Uncle Quentin, who was the awesome uncle that gave us the $1,200 to print that very first issue, lived in Manchester, New Hampshire, so he lived right here. And he sold the art supplies, so that was, we could afford to eat and buy art supplies. He worked for Charpak. And then the next layer was the Portsmouth Traffic Circle, was a very small convention put on by Ralph DiBernardo, who owns Jetpack Comics, which is in Rochester, I believe, right? Yeah, so he's in Rochester. And so it's neat to see all those little things come together. But Steve and I went to elaborate further, because I talk a lot and people usually have to, my wife goes, shut up.
That's good.
But Steve and I went to high school together, and Steve was hands down the funniest guy in our high school, and I still to this day, when I write Michelangelo, I think of Steve. It's sort of a combination of a little bit of Robin Williams, a little bit of Steve Levine, because Steve was one of those guys that if you pick a subject, you're with your mates and you're talking about a particular thing, and you drive that subject into the ground deeper and deeper and deeper, and you get to the point where there's no way we could get any lower. That was Steve's beginning. That's where he would start. And he'd have us all rolling in the aisles. And so he was the inspiration for Michelangelo's personality for sure. And it was, as Steve said, I led at all those early Turtle issues because my handwriting, it was just one of those, by chance was, Pete's handwriting was a little messier than mine, and I was a little bit cleaner, so I couldn't spell for poop. And so I hand-lettered all those books, and all the misspellings of mine right up until I misspelled Michelangelo on the cover. So all those early issues of, I think by the time we got to that point, Pete was like, it's too late, just to let it go. And I want these guys to talk about their personal story too, but I want to say that Eric Talbot also was a fellow maniac. He went to the same art school that I went to. We went to. Did you go to Portland School? No, you did.
It was Vogue.
Portland Vogue.
Yeah.
Eric also went there, so we had a connection, the main connection. We got to meet at different times, and then I was really a huge fan of Eric's work, and when we were able to add more artists to the studio, because Steve started with us on lettering, and then you moved down to Connecticut when we moved down there.
Yep.
And then, so Eric came on the team, and we'll get into more on that in a sec. Then Jim Lawson, when we moved to Connecticut, at one of the shows, we saw some of your early, was it Bade Biker stories, or did that come after?
No, that was after.
That came later. It was
that
just
came
like
later.
my portfolio from art school and all that stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, and he was out of the team there. So, but please.
I thought you were going to tell the story that we saw a cargo flying by our window and went screaming into the backyard, and that was Jim coming over to meet with us.
The motorcycle.
No, it was his Honda, wasn't it? Yeah. And just screamed by a window that didn't have a road.
So
it wasn't a driveway. It just went by. And
it was like a
ended
Honda
up.
CRX or something.
Yeah.
This was back when Steve and Kevin were living together. Pete agreed to meet me with you guys at your apartment. So I went over there with I'd gone to art school. I had a bachelor's in illustration, and You guys were all hanging out. What were you doing? Shooting each other with darts or something like that?
Disc guns, probably
or
disc gun, having a
running
disc gun
around?
war, probably.
Yeah,
That sounds about right. Yeah.
It was insane.
We didn't have boxes on our head, did we?
Possibly.
Okay.
I think you did.
Nothing juvenile. Nothing juvenile at all.
Very
Oh my God.
professional.
Yeah. constantly. I mean, that's what we were.
No, I don't know if
Totally
you was like.
professional from the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because when we had a studio at some point, because when Mirage Studios started growing, each of the artists that came on board were at different opportunities as the company was growing. We were publishing new stuff like Jim's project, Bade Biker, was one that we brought, and we self-published. Mike Dooney did Gizmo, Ryan Brown, and then as the Turtles grow, we ended up everybody we needed the help because we had a whole army of really talented guys working within the company doing their own stuff and their own stuff, stories and creations within the company. But as the company started growing, we had this opportunity where it was whether it be the creation of the Archie comic books, licensing for different products, which these guys have just done a ton of. I mean, Jim Lawson doing coloring books to, Steve Levine coloring everything on the planet. But it was we had this great studio where everybody had their sort of carved out their little turf, and it was in this large room, and inevitably at some point we had these little guns. They were called disc guns, and they shot these little plastic discs. So at some time somebody would get bored, and then somebody would pull out a gun and start shooting at somebody else, and pretty soon it was duck and cover, and everybody's like bang 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 bang. So
Yeah, those are the airsoft guns. Those were even more dangerous than the
graduated up to like full airsoft.
Yeah,
guns.
well, usually those started with something whizzing by your head and ruining a piece of art or a poster on the wall.
Yep.
Yeah. And then tables got flipped over. People got shot in places they shouldn't be getting shot.
Flamethrowers came out.
Yeah, I think I shot Eric. He was smiling. I think I shot him in the mouth. That was me.
I remember my studio desk. We had these big desks.
The doors.
You start making those?
Yeah, remember the doors? The Holocaust doors?
Giant desk, and we had these massive windows. And I think at one point I took one of the screens and attached it to the front of my desk because, you'd be working and all of a sudden the guns would start shooting. You'd be shot, so you could just kind of hunch down.
And I had one of those wire strainers for pasta.
Oh, you did?
And I put some rubber bands on and I put it over my face so that if I got shot in the face, I would be protected.
Wow, I never protected myself.
that went
You just
on.
took it, you just took it right in the full face, naked face.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
We were just hoping for hedshots because then it
Sure.
wouldn't hurt. So,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, when someone smiles.
That's why I never smiled.
No, it's kind of funny because you think, back in the early days when we first started and the Turtles really started growing in a big way, and it was as much a surprise to Pete and I, going back to the perspective that, not only did we do the first issue and it sold, and it's all your fault. Thank you. But when those first comics started selling, and which was a wonderful dream come true for us, because then we were following in the footsteps of our inspirations, the Jack Kirby's and the people that we dreamed about being cartoonists. And then we started drawing comics full time around it was issue 2 in 1985. But then as the company grew into this whole licensing with the cartoons and the licensing and the toys and all that stuff, it was a time when I think people from the outside looking in were thinking we were just sort of sitting around the pool all day drinking martinis and Scrooge McDuck, diving into stacks of money. That came later, of course.
Right.
I didn't.
We did do that.
I didn't. But no, it was a time that we were very lucky in that because Peter and I created and owned the Turtles and had full control. Every single item you saw with a turtle on it, whether it be something that Steve did, again from toy designs to coloring Archie books or coloring some of the original first comics books, to Eric inking besides his own stories, inking just stacks and stacks and mounds of work, either from some of the City at War stuff to what Jim was doing, and it was everything from coloring books to everything. But we had this company, and oftentimes we were working, 60, 70, 80 hours a week just to keep up with this, because if you have the control and you want the control, and it was of quality control, having our in-house guys work on it, we get the work exactly the way we wanted. So when you have a gunfight start in the studio, it's just tension relief.
Oh, yeah.
It was like, we'd already been drawing for 4, 5, 6 hours, so
I'm
it
not
was
sure
great too.
that's ever probably happened again or before that you know, you guys had the foresight to keep that much control over the property. Not that you could see where it was gonna end up, but at the same time, keeping that control and keeping a group together and, you know, being a part of that, because that stuff gets farmed out quickly in this kind of a world.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's kind of cool. It's kind of really, really neat.
We were, you know, lucky, and we didn't, you know, we didn't know how lucky we were at the time, but it was something that was important to us to sort of keep that control, and also because we were quite literally friends first, and then, you know, and then as the business grew and the whole thing evolved together, it was just an opportunity again to, you know, I learned how to draw on the Turtles. I learned how to, you know, when Pete and I went into, you know, the world of animation or the toys and the things like that, we knew nothing about it, and so it was a real education for us. And so when it was, we saw the possibility, like a lot of people don't know, for example, like the Archie comic books, those were all prepared and all done within Mirage Studios by our team of writers and artists and stuff, doing the comics the way we wanted to see them done. One of the coolest parts of the studio to me was, and you guys got to tell me your favorite toys you designed, is that we also worked on the toy design. So we had this toy group, sort of part of the company, where we would actually come up with a lot of different toy characters that were then considered for and put into, in some cases, the animated show and done as toys.
And Carl would come with his wish lists.
Yeah.
Every year with a list of what he wanted us to mutate.
Yeah.
You know, mutate these this year. You know, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So it was very
What did you? How many of? What's? Do you have a favorite one that you worked on? One of the toys back in the day?
I guess Sergeant Bananas. I'll go with that one. Yeah.
Sergeant Bananas.
Yeah.
You did a bunch.
You did tattoo.
Tattoo. Yeah. Tattoo. Jim.
And it was, I guess, Wrecking.
Wrecking.
Racking, yeah. Racking, and then Racking was from the earliest
He's
Tales.
from
issues
Tales,
and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
That was-
The Eye Monster.
No, it's funny. We were before we came up through it. We were lucky enough. I went through Northampton, which is always an excuse to get back in the old stomping grounds there. Certainly Massachusetts. We got to see Dan Berger, who's another one of the original team, and he did Murdude.
Yeah,
right. And
yeah.
we adore Dan, and Dan is a living embodiment of Eeyore. So it's sort of like, and so I said, Murdude, and he goes, Murdude, adored by dozens.
Yeah, adored by dozens. That sounds like Dan. Yeah. Why would anyone want to see me?
Yeah. So that was a lot of fun, and that was great to go through that experience, because I felt like a lot of times for Pete and I, it went from 90% of our time drawing and creating in those in that situation, and then when we had to manage and work oversee the property, it was a flip. So we were doing less creative time, certainly passing pages back and forth like we used to. We were doing a lot of business side of it, but it was also, there was creative parts like reading animation scripts or, you know, the toy designs and those kind of things. But it was also very lucky that we had such an incredible group of guys. I felt like you hear these stories of like the Beatles back in the day, and not that saying we were the Beatles, but the idea that they went through it together. And so we had a sort of support group. So it's like when, you know, it was just madness of working all the time and all this stuff, you know, spinning in different directions and people pulling in different billion directions. You know, we had the studio. We'd go get a slice of pizza together.
Yeah, we worked in a big like open
factory
warehouse.
space.
Yeah, studio. So we kind of saw each other every day for a while
Yeah.
until things started ramping up on your end and like
See
you're
less
saying,
of
like,
you. Yeah.
What's that?
We'd see less of him and Pete.
Yeah.
You know, and those.
Yeah, but we did see each other every day for a long, long time. And we would eat at the same lunch place downtown every day at the same time. You know,
And
go
we'd play
for beers every day.
play
Same
basketball for
Buffalo.
lunch to see who was going to pay for lunch, that type of stuff.
Yeah, we did stuff like that.
Yeah,
it was actually a lot of fun.
It was a dream, really. I mean, nobody gets that. Nobody gets to stay together in a space. I mean, you hear the studio. Remember, that always seemed like that's impossible. Nobody does it, but we really got to do it. I mean, it's really.
It's like something you touched on earlier is like, I know for me, I had no clue what I was doing. I was like, you know, I was learning. I'm not even sure I was a massive comic fan. I liked heavy metal, which is kind of how we hooked up and ended up getting along. But feeding off each other, drawing together every day. You know, we kind of learned from each other and taught each other.
Well, like you said, even in the studio, I always say, like, there was times where you go over to somebody else's table and you're looking at their drawing upside down and asking what they're working on, and all of a sudden you're like, you get an idea from that's not at all what they're drawing, but you're looking at it and you had something in your head. It was just a great creative space. You know, it was a lot of fun. Dangerous at times, but a lot of fun.
We jammed on stuff too. That's the other thing. It's
yeah.
like seeing Kevin Inc. Or Jim Inc. Kevin or Kevin Inc. You know, whatever. It was kind of cool.
Yeah,
it was. Like feed off each other.
Yeah, there was no school certainly for on the comic book side. I mean, there was the Kubert school. It just kind of started and evolved at that point. But you know, everything that we did, it was self-taught. And you know, I'm 60 now and I'm still learning stuff. But it is sort of that.
I got a shiver again. Oh yeah.
But it was a lot of camaraderie.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. Like you said, I felt like, I mean, I didn't go to art school, so I felt like I was getting paid to get an art degree, and we had a way of like, if somebody's work, how do you do that? You know, and everybody shared, so it was a great space.
You know, what's funny is like this is an interesting. Hopefully, it's not too technical, because it's not really, but it's just funny when you think like. These days, if you're coloring a comic or licensed art and things like, a lot of times you're doing it digitally. It's scanned in the computer and everything's digital. But in the earliest days, they had this coloring process for comics. It was called
Blue lines.
Blue lines.
You know about blue lines.
I've done a few of those.
Well, that was the thing. So we had never seen this process because all the early turtle comics were black and white. So to do blue lines back in those days. Create color comic books back in those days, especially the ones that we could have. It was less technical in that, the calling out the Pantone colors, but you could actually do more rendering on it and do a more beautiful
painted as opposed to drop-in color.
So this is what you had to do. You would take a piece of the art. It would be scanned on clear acetate, and then they would put it on top of a heavier piece of board, and then that was treated with a chemical, and then expose it to light. And so when you then completed the process and you lifted this piece of acetate up, you'd see the black and white drawing in blue on that piece. So now to color it, that's how you had to color it. You literally had to paint and keep
put
putting
it back
the thing
down and flip and put it back.
You could see the image on the paper, but it was in blue. So as soon as you started putting color down, that went away.
Right.
So you're like, am I at the edge of this line?
Yeah, am I still in the line there? You got good at it.
At the same time, you're using like a wet media, and you're putting a piece of acetate on it, and you pick it up.
Michelle's got one back there. That we have an example.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes.
Pass it around?
Yeah, but please share that with everybody.
We
we
didn't know we brought props. Thank you, Michelle. That's awesome.
So it would start out with duo shade, right, and then go through it. So there's just so many layers to that.
Well, that was the weird thing. Like, I don't know how or why you and Pete ever thought to make color, black and white Xeroxes before you toned the pages even.
It was scared.
Yeah.
No, we actually, because again, not to get too technical, but this, when we were actually doing the black and white comic, Pete had experienced this. They used to use it for newspaper illustrations, and back in the old days of Mad Magazine, where you would do the black and white line work, and then they had this process called duo shade, which is it was a pre-printed pattern or design on the paper. So you draw on it like you would any piece of paper. Then you had two chemicals, and the one chemical you use it with a brush, and it would evolve as you used it like you would watercolor. So one chemical would develop the lines going in one direction, and once you let it dry, then the next chemical would lines going in the next direction. But then when you photocopied it for reproduction, you'd have not just your black and your white, but two shades of gray, and it was already in a process that could be scanned for printing. And so we were so scared that we were going to mess it up. So when we drew it in black and white, we photocopied everything so we could preserve it in case we really destroyed it. And
Now that makes perfect sense. I can see that, but they could do that with it. And the toner, remember the dark tone was like liquid sulfur. Like and if you ever had to put it in an airbrush, which occasionally we did, the studio smelled like rotten eggs for the whole rest of the day. It's like, that was the worst. But
even when I was just toning something, Jim and I just did a duo shade piece, and it was a lot of fun going back to it. But even when you're toning with the dark tone, it's like
it's got a little stink to it.
It's stink. Yeah.
Then it would eat the brushes. Like you had to, your brushes would just slowly disintegrate as you use them.
I think they said that
did nothing to your lungs breathing
it in. Yeah, people are like, you use duo shade? That stuff's toxic. We used to.
I had my filter. I had my
Oh yeah,
airbrush filter.
everybody had their filters. Yeah, when we were airbrushing.
We would do. We used Aeropaques a lot, which is like a liquid color, liquid acrylic color, and we would airbrush that stuff. And for like days.
You would sneeze
blue
rainbows.
snot.
Sneeze rainbows.
So if you guys want to see a really cool piece, stop by Eric and Jim's booth. They did an awesome piece on Duo Shade. Got Raph and a Triceraton, some action going on with that.
Man, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Where did this secret duo shade come from? Because I heard rumors there was no duo shade left on the planet.
So the studio building that we were, oh God, we must have been in there for almost 30 years. I guess the building on Market Street just recently got sold. So as of last February, now we're out of the old Mirage Studio building, which, you know, the building's still there down in Northampton, but you know, I'm working back home now, as is Mike Dooney, probably my most regular studio buddy up until that point, and so yeah. Where was I going with this?
You were telling us where you got the secret
the
duo
stash.
shade.
Oh
You
yeah,
sent it
so
to us.
when the studio got sold,
The Duo Shade Fairy would come by every night.
Is there a vault?
It was really fun.
Pete had a studio there, and from what I understand from Mike Dooney, he's the finder of the lost cache of Duo Shades, which is like, you know, it's like the grail. You slide the couch away, and there's like some on the floor underneath it or something is glowing and stuff like that.
Wow.
Because you can't find this stuff. It's the stuff that exists now is probably 20 years old.
At least, yes.
And Dooney found some Duo Shade, I think, in Pete's office, and
This sheet that we just used came from that stash.
yeah, I had none. Or maybe I had like little tiny bits, but you know, it's so precious, you save everything you can because you never know, you know, you could do a little drawing on it. And, you know, the thing is now the chemicals, the little bottle of chemicals are also 20 years old, and those tend to dry out, so.
The bottles used to come with metal lids, and I mean, when we ordered that last batch, we got bottles with plastic lids, but the original bottles with the metal lids, you wouldn't even use it. You'd go to take a box out and you'd pull it out and it would be just rusted. And
Well, there were hundreds of those little white boxes all over the studio. I mean, because they gave you that where every sheet you got a thing of the.
But rabbit urine does work
Right.
as
Yeah,
a
I was
dark
gonna say,
chemical.
I remember Bunny Pea is dark. Yeah.
Ryan Brown used to have a rabbit that peed on one of the pages at one point.
And we discovered that rabbit pee was dark tone.
So we had to keep that rabbit.
So we just
There's your
squeezed
secret
Bunny
to
over
it.
it every once in a while.
I thought it was funny, the white boxes, I was using it, and I remember we used to take the white boxes and tear it off. You'd have the two toners in, you had a brush holder. You'd
Yeah,
take
everything
it
was right
down.
there. Yeah, right in there. Yeah.
No, it's funny. It's like, let's make fun of Pete because we can. No, it was. No, and I mean that in the kindest, most loving
Yes.
sense, because he was like, you know, we all love and adore Pete to this very minute. In fact, you know, I always say that to this day, every time I write Donatello, I think of Pete, because Pete was the first one to bring into the studio. What was that thing? A computer.
Magic box.
And I was like, oh, these things are never going to go anywhere. It was a Commodore 64. And
You
then
were
something
you
else.
were right, which
But
is
but we used to tease him. Remember, we'd go to lunch, right? And Pete was the first guy. Again, anything gadgetry. He had a Casio calculator watch.
That's right.
And so we were splitting up the lunch tab. He would like calculate. It would like Jethro from Beverly Hillbillies. His shirt was pulled all the way up here, so you could see his Casio calculator
like the
watch.
first cell phone, I think.
Right, yeah.
It was like the size of a brick.
Yeah, he had a brick.
We were
Yeah.
all like,
I think he had the first iPhone too, because I remember like you just touched the screen. Yeah, tech boy.
So it's funny. So we had this, and it takes me back to Pete had this this really delicate organizational system called None, and so back in the day, like even when we were working on stuff back in the earliest Mirage Studios on 28 Union Street. And I would like give him some stuff, like, hey, go over this, and he'd like pick it up and go, okay. And he'd set it on the stack, and eventually that stack would get too high and fall over onto the floor, and he'd go, oh, okay. But now he's got room to stack more stuff. So the fact that you would find Duo Shade in his office space after cleaning out is no surprise at all. It's like, it could be like, you know, something, other things living there. And, the what's that, in the cartoon we made, the pizza monster?
Right.
We were checking his couch cushions for change and stuff like that.
Loose $100 bills. I'm thinking change.
Casio watches.
Yeah, Casio watches. I think I inherited a set of almost brand new Doc Martens he brought to me from the office. I'm like, brand new full set of Doc Martens.
A lot of the old stuff was colored with Doc Martens, right?
Yeah.
But
I still.
is there any red bandanas left at this
No.
point, though?
You know what fades
Yeah.
too is purple. The purple is like, as I
The
get
purple
my,
fades incredibly, quick, yeah.
And my
that's
dad, years ago, I gave my dad the cover of Turtles issue 7. And it's like all the Triceratons in the purple uniform. It's like they're all the purple's completely.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think I discovered them on Ninja Nutcase. The purple dropped completely out of the thing, and like I guess I could pull it out of the frame
The
and put
red
purple.
was like really good. It was really good stuff to use, but a lot of the old Mirage stuff probably is going to suffer from that because Duoshade is notorious for being
it leaks
unstable.
through.
It's terrible.
It blows up.
If you know anything about it, it's like
Explosive.
if you stack it up and you go through it years later, you have whatever's on the front of this page is burned into the page above it and above it and above it. So
So don't stack your Duoshade.
No, I think when looking back to especially the team of guys that we had and the work that we did, one of the things that still continues to impress me today is like how much work we actually did, how much work we accomplished, whether it be the original Mirage Studios series, just even towards the end of the original run, which I call Turtles 1 through 11, plus the 4 one-shots featuring each individual turtle, that a lot of the guys were pitching in on some of those issues towards the end, besides Steve lettering them. But then, that went on to the Tales of the Turtles, which we ran parallel to that series, which was all original stories and ideas from Ryan Brown and Mike Dooney and Eric and Jim and Steve were all writing and doing stuff to that then expanded into the larger run as issues that led up to issue 48, which we started The City at War, that ran through issue 62, which was the end of the first, what we call Volume 1. But then within that same time period, the same team of guys did 73 issues of the Archie series. And then, you get past that. This is between all the licensing art and all the stuff you're doing. But then when you do Volume 2, which is the work that you guys started with Pete, when Pete was just doing that series. But that was, again, it was, Jim, were you writing, co-writing with Pete, and then penciling, and then Eric was inking?
Yeah.
And that's how
Volume
that...
4? Yeah. How many did we do in Volume 4? Volume 4 was like 32 issues?
32.
32 issues, yeah, it was,
And
32
then all
issues.
the secondary Tales books, when those came out.
Right.
You got other people to work on that stuff, though.
Yeah. No, it's just, it's great to look back on all that history.
Yeah, we did some of those. Yeah.
But for a long time, we all worked together, and it was really fun.
Yeah.
It was a really cool experience.
And
we also had a studio together. We had to share music, so we were in there every day. And it got interesting.
There was some good music being.
Yeah, we kind of like had a middle ground, like
this
is REM.
Right. Yeah. It wouldn't offend anybody. It's non-offensive-ish. We called it music.
Yeah, it was like Brian and I were like
metal.
Metallica.
Anything. Well, Brian was speed, death, any type of metal. I believe was Ryan, right? Yeah.
This is the
Jacked
part
up
I
on
think
Mountain
you
Dew.
guys are remembering more fondly than you did. I remember there was some serious music fights. No, I'm teasing you.
They were.
I know we're gonna be shut off. We gotta all head out at 3, right? This wraps at 3.
Just a little bit. So if you want to take some questions, you guys good with that? Yeah. So if you all, we'll line up at the microphone in the middle. We got time for maybe 5 or 6 questions. If you want to grab to the microphone, we'll ask that you ask just one question for right now, and we'll jump into that. Appreciate it. All right, we'll start out. Brian, go right ahead.
So this might be for Kevin. I've been wondering this for a while. The turtles you see on the cartoon, who designed them?
The turtles on the cartoon?
Yeah.
It was in the earliest days of the development of those. It was mainly done by the Fred Wolf, a couple of animators, designers at Fred Wolf. At that time, it was called Murakami Wolf Animation Studio. And it was done in cooperation, with the toy company, because we would go out and we'd have to try to solve 2 things at once. One was design characters that you could actually make as toys, which is, again, affordable toys for playmates, but also something that you could animate and be able to tell them apart and animate a world and environment that would be within reasonable budgets.
Sure.
But again, being lucky enough to Pete and I having control over all of that, through that early development, we were able to say yes to things we like, no to the things we like, and we're
let's say hands-on, but also contributed. For example, the different colored bandanas. That was one of the first conversations we had early on. Was like, how do you tell them apart? And, Pete and I were like, weapons, duh. And and they said, well, we understand that, duh. No, they said we understand that, but how can we tell them apart more easily recognizable on the TV screen? And Pete had this great idea to do different colored bandanas, and it was people, it was with actually thought. Orange is kind of a silly color, thus Michelangelo. Donatello, the purple is kind of a more of a peaceful monk, bow staff sort of feel. Blue is the sort of regal samurai. Leonardo is the leader, and Ralph is our original red. Because when I did the first color cover for the Turtles, it was issue 5. We went from the oversized to the smaller comic book size, and I did that first painting. I painted with all red bandanas. Again, the interior is black and white, so we knew who they were. And so it was that. I always still think that the initials on the belts was one step too far, but like, wait, I'm Mike. No, shit.
Oh look,
I'm Leo.
I'm the M1.
But so a lot of the design work, and even for some of the original bad guy characters and things. So we had our 4 turtles, and then Shredder. The foot evolved out of the original concept design as the foot, but we couldn't go around, slaughtering humans on Saturday morning cartoons, so they made all the foot robots. And then some of the characters like Bebop and Rocksteady evolved out of a lot of development we did, which actually I think, Jim, you illustrated a ton of the role-playing game books. Pete and I did the first ones, but like some of Bebop and Rocksteady started there, and then we did, which is still cool. How many of those have you signed this weekend? Role-playing games. I signed a ton of them, and I love seeing those.
I maybe signed 5. Something
Really?
Like that. Yep.
Well, that's at the ledge, I guess.
You got one. You got to
Right.
go see Jim.
He doesn't have the shirt. He doesn't have the shirt.
Well, they probably would have got over to have you sign it, but they were stuck in my line.
No,
Thank you, guys.
once you stepped away, they all came over to us.
Yeah, just- finally, he's gone.
Yeah. Kevin must be gone because we've got lines. No.
First Hugh Eastman. But anyways, a long way around of saying it was fun. And then just to wrap up on the design part, we were very lucky to work with those because it was only designed as 5 episodes in the earliest days. And David Wise and Patty Howarth adapted and created a lot of the foundation of those first animated episodes, which are great.
All right, awesome. We've got time for 3 more questions. Yes, sir.
Hey, Brian
Unless
Manel.
I answer. No.
So, what have you guys listened to any music while you guys worked? Like any particular groups or kinds of music that you've listened to as you worked on your projects? And what kind of music or music groups do you think the characters would listen to?
Oh. I think
Start
we
with
all
Jim?
did different things. I think whatever we did, if I drew them, I think they'd be listening to Metallica and Slade and stuff. But Pete would have them listening to the Roaches and
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
The next tune would be, I don't know.
It's funny you say that, and there are certain bands that when I hear them, take me right back to the studio.
The Gurus,
the Bodines, the
Bodines,
Gurus,
yeah.
Texas. Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
We would listen to Texas.
Robbie Robertson,
Treat It Right on the
Treat It
end.
Right,
And
yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I forgot
Del
all
Fuegos.
about
Guys,
this.
The Fuegos.
You've heard of these
Fuegos,
guys,
yeah.
Del Fuegos, yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, old guys, stop talking about
Yeah,
that.
No, they're all like, what are those? Are those the bands?
Old Blue Eye.
Yeah. Oh, I love the old Blue Eyes.
There's something funny. I always thought Casey Jones was like the Avatar character. When I draw him, I'd have a sense of what
I know
he
you've
was.
said that, yeah.
If you drew him, it was like I said, when Pete drew him, everybody would kind of put their own spin on Casey's, what he was all about.
Yeah.
He was just it was kind of funny.
Yeah,
Look back.
Casey was a funny, quick digression, it was a funny evolution as I wanted to do this, back in those days they had this, so many vigilantes, and there was always this horrific, backstory from murdering their whole planet to their village, there was just, it was really deep, and I just wanted to have a guy that became a vigilante because he watched too much bad TV, which was inspired by, some of...
tons of TVs in his apartment.
Yeah, like the first episode of the first Casey Raphael thing, he's watching 3 TVs at the same time.
All
it's-
different cop shows.
So I think I had him with baseball bats at first, and I was like calling him Bat Boy or something. And then Pete had the genius idea, of course, and he said, "Why don't we give him a golf bag and all kinds of weapons?" And so that was a real treat.
It's funny, in the early ones too, he had the umbrellas.
Yeah.
I always thought that was kind of funny.
It's they're like Penguin, you know. Like,
yeah, he had an umbrella, and it was in his bag without the cloth part. It was just the metal part of the umbrella.
But it was so that was Casey was created in that first issue, came out in '85, and '86 a year later they did a movie called Big Trouble in Little China, which I know we were all fans of. And once Big Trouble in Little China came out, to this day I still think when I write Casey, I always think of what would Jack Burton do. So I always kind of like model.
Pretty much.
So yeah. So but yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm wondering if each of you have your own favorite turtle that you've drawn throughout the times. Like, who did you like? Each of the 4 turtles are pretty different, and they're all in fighting styles, just their own personality that you see through their art. But did you have any that you specifically like to draw a little bit more than the other 3?
That was always Raphael. I don't know. I always liked drawing him.
Well, I think like everybody, I think Leo is fun to draw because he usually has 2 swords, you know, so you can kind of do cool things with him. Donnie's probably the hardest because he's just got a big stick.
I hated drawing nunchucks, so I hated drawing Michelangelo.
Well, you changed the nunchucks would change. They'd have chain or cord.
Yeah,
and then when they were cord, it was easy.
Now I actually like drawing the chain.
I like doing the chain. Yeah.
No, and I think as as an artist, we all probably appropriately profess to stealing everything from everywhere. I was probably, but it was I remember Daredevil when he had Frank Miller did the cane that came apart, and it would have these ropes. It would like would come apart, and he could sort of
swing and
fling it mysteriously, and it would hook onto some building, and he could, and I always because it had a cord, so I always thought for Michelangelo, it was like, and because you could have it go from different lengths, and the chains were a pain in the butt to draw. Yeah. So it was like when you had the cord, you could sort of like
you had to count the links on each nunchuck. It's like, okay, 1, 2, I got 6 there and 4 over here. Oh, shit.
Yeah, we did the cord. You're like,
you got to add a chain link in there somehow.
No, but I think I'd lean towards Raphael only because, and that was the evolution. When the creation of the Raphael one-shot was the first of the micro-series, and we did that book because it was a lot of mini-series were being introduced at that time, 4-issue mini-series, and Pete and I came up with this, we said, well, let's do a 1-issue micro-series featuring each of the turtles, and Raphael was always kind of a raging character. And I always thought if he met somebody that was crazier than him, would he sort of balance out? But then we ended up creating, these characters that were like 2 oddball cousins or brothers that when they weren't beating up bad guys, they were beating up each other. But then once we had that team, it was always great to draw Raphael and Casey doing something crazy.
Did the Casey Raph thing follow through to the shows that much? I kind of don't know.
Well, Casey remember when Casey came to the show? They gave it that weird Clint Eastwood voice?
Yeah. What are you doing here, Turtle?
Go ahead, make my day.
Yeah, exactly. Go back to the sewer.
I think
that relationship that they had, because you did a lot of really cool stuff with them. I was looking at some of the old books today, like Fun with Guns.
Yeah.
There's some like really good Casey Raph.
The bullet-absorbing suit.
Get back here.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
That was a genius
Science of
idea.
comic books.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we got one last
How
question.
did you guys create Krang?
Krang.
Krang came from these characters that Kevin and Pete created called Utroms that were
on Earth.
Really cool little like tentacle brain guys. And I think Murakami must have just what am I talking about?
Yeah, you know.
No, that's it. No,
they were already like in the stomach of the robots there, right?
Yeah.
And,
yeah, it was like, and we're all huge fan of Pete's ability to draw machinery and robots that look like they work, and I think they really because the Utroms was definitely a complete Pete Laird brainchild, and that he came up with almost like the exoskeleton idea, so we could draw these robots, which I try to make something easier to draw. I mean, it was, to make them work panel to panel. Yeah. So it was like these aliens trapped on Earth and been there for a period of time. And this part of it was the evolution of the ooze, because we wanted to come up with something that was a little bit more grounded in that, most superhero comics, like Spider-Man gets bit by a radioactive spider, now he's Spider-Man, or the Fantastic Four get exposed to gamma rays, and now they, and so we just had ooze. They fell into this ooze in a sewer, and so we dug a little bit deeper and sort of came up with this alien origin, and that was the creation of the Uchon characters. But it was Pete's ability to come up and design these really cool robots. And with the little fleshy-headed mutants stuck in there.
That is great that he put it in the stomach.
I know.
That's very Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that was, again, of so many things that were sort of plucked from the early inspirations of the comics or the role-playing games. They just took that, the animation studio took that and brought it down to just one character, Krang.
And simplified the robot into like some giant
Uniroyal man.
I was like,
you look like the Uniroyal man.
It did. It was like crossing the Uniroyal and a Michelin Man, or
I remember.
I was like, what?
the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Well, and at the time there was a crap load of cool, tech suits that models and stuff we were all digging, and all of a sudden we get this Uniroyal man with the pink thing in his stomach. It was like, what?
Because it's easy to draw.
With those sunglasses and the thing on his head.
know, right?
The magnet? I'm thinking a magnet?
It's a tuning fork.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Well, that's all. Well, thank y'all so much for sharing all the details behind that. Oh, we got one more question? All right, we'll take one more real quick.
Sorry, I'm just wondering, why pizza? Like, were they ever obsessed with tacos? Did they go for Chinese food? Like,
Why not pizza?
What was the thing with pizza?
When we weren't at the gym working out,
Which was constant.
we were hanging around the pizza pile.
I was thinking it was instead of ramen noodles, we get a pizza occasion.
Another salad? No.
Oh, never again. No more salads. Let's
So I
have
was
pizza.
in Florence the other day at Pizza Factory, which I think we had a lot of pizza. It's closing.
Oh, that's.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah,
No, but it was, I think
They're in the
growing up,
cottage kitchen.
it was a kind of a teenage, it's a teenager thing we never lost, was eating pizza. And I was out, I worked at Louis Variety in Westbrook, so after our school, I worked at the pizza place.
So
And
that kind of did start in the comics, right? The whole pizza thing. I was trying to remember whether the toy company was like, we need something funny
To make them
goofy."
teenage. What
So
do teenagers do?
Turtles
Why
like
they eat pizza?
There was a bit of it in the comics, but it was really solidified in the cartoon show. That was
Solidified,
really
it was beaten over the head with it. And
that and because we even like some of the catchphrases like Cowabunga or Gungala Gungala, because it was like Gungala Gungala was one of those Tarzan.
Gungala?
Gungala Gungala.
Let's get to the end.
It depends which part of Maine you're from.
Was it misspelled?
I always saw it as Gungala.
Well, how do you pronounce gobbledygook? It's like, no, that was one of the. No, no, I love growing up as a kid and you watch those Tarzan movies, and he would also, he'd talk to he'd see the lion and he'd go, Gungala Gungala, and it would make him a cappuccino or something. It was so, whatever he did, it's like, Gungala Gungala, and the elephant would push over the tree.
Right, yeah.
Good boy. And then Cowabunga came from, I remember watching on Saturday morning, it was like one of those matinees on a Saturday, those beach blanket bingo movies. And when you grew up in where we grew up, that was like a whole other planet. So like, hang 10, dude, Cowabunga. You know, so.
What are they saying? Where's all the snow? There's not an A up in here at all.
Yeah.
That's all right. We'll take one last question.
Last
to
question.
wrap up.
Do you guys what's your opinion on Bebop and Rocksteady? Which one do you guys like more?
There are a couple, right?
Yep.
Aren't they married, Mr.?
What's our opinion on Bebop and Rocksteady?
Who do you like
Bebop
better?
is cooler, I think, right?
You do?
Don't you think?
Which version?
He's funner to draw. I always
Yeah,
have a hard
yeah.
time with Rocksteady, yeah.
I get them mixed up, so I. Which one's
Bebop
the,
Boar.
which one's the wrestler
Bebop
guy?
the Boar.
One's based on a wrestler.
Right.
With the glasses or something.
I think they
very
came
quiet.
later.
There was a wrestler that played him.
Yep.
What was that wrestler that like? What is it?
Sheamus played him in the in the movie. Yeah.
Sheamus played him in the
There was a
movie.
wrestler he was based
That had the glasses like
on.
that.
The guy, oh yeah, guy.
Oh, Macho Man.
Macho Man, first name.
I always,
Step into a Slim Jim.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I always assumed that's where that guy came from. But
I don't think so.
this is all new that it came out of the role playing books to me.
Yeah, I remember the old drawings that were from that, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, because a lot of that stuff, it was, I think, because they were in the first 5 episodes, and what was great about is again, they were testing it, see if they even wanted to make any more, or actually more importantly, if, because even we went into those animation episodes thinking like, this has worked as a comic book, and even then it was, barely, it was working as a comic book, we just couldn't see it making the jump to something that kids would want to watch. So they just did the 5-part episodes, which was like the hot rodding teenagers from Dimension X, which was the Neutrinos and Bebop and Rocksteady were introduced, and
played
Krang.
them quite a few times, if I remember.
Because they didn't have
I know, they were waiting for the new episodes.
You guys know who wrote the theme song? Have you heard this one before? You know who wrote the theme song? Yeah, Chuck Lorre, from 2.5 Men. Big Bang Theory. Yeah.
Ask us. No, we don't. Charlie Sheen, I thought he was on the show. 2.5 Men, and he played on the piano.
Charlie Waffles.
Yeah.
But no, it's funny. We actually, many years later, I got to meet Chuck Lorre at an event, and he was very nice. So I asked him for money, and no, he was very nice, and he came over and he just said he's just starting out. He was writing jingles for commercials and stuff, and this was a big break for him, writing a theme show for a theme for a cartoon show. And he said his daughter at the time, when the Turtles became a hit, was like, gave his daughter bragging rights. It's like my dad wrote the theme song to the Ninja Turtles. So it was, nice guy. It was good. We actually, and I wish because people asked, about the voices that were originally chosen for the first series, which were spot on, and we did get audition tapes, but we had, and I would love to find those original samples of proposed theme songs, because
that's what I was gonna say. I remember like Kaseska, it was like a cowboy theme.
I was gonna say it was like Rawhide. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It was.
So we need a Mirage playlist that's got all the studio music and all that good stuff. We hate to let them run. They've got to jump and get back to booths. Kevin, you've got photo op coming up, right?
Ops, and then
stop by the booths over there. Jim and Steve have a cover for 132 that they've done that's available inside. Be sure to check that out. And then Eric and Jim have an awesome print from Duo Shade that's over there. So how about a big round of applause for these guys? Thank y'all for all that you've done. Appreciate y'all.
One final thing I just want to say, these guys are awesome. These guys are incredible. A lot of memories, a lot of history, and it's really exciting for me to be back on stage with them, especially in a place like New Hampshire, because this is hometown, home turf, home territory. So a lot of good memories, a lot of great stuff. And we want to say this is our last show in the States of the year. We've had an incredible year being back. Glad you guys are all safe and your family and everybody's safe from COVID. Awesome, and it's great to be back out here doing shows, and we get to thank you in person for giving us such a great life. So you guys are awesome.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
How's everybody doing? That is what I want to hear for the enthusiasm, because we have a good amount of kids hanging out on the other side of that door who are here to showcase their amazing costumes that they're in. We want you guys to be as loud for each and every one of them. Give them all the props for their amazing work and their outstanding costumes that they're wearing. My name's Pat. I am the contest coordinator. I am also your host today. And if you guys are wondering where Batman is, blame one of the judges. You're more than welcome to boo him when he gets introduced. So, that being said, let me introduce you to our judges for today's Kids Costume Contest. Kicking things off, we have Pasha Vixen, one of our amazing cosplay guests hanging out right outside the ballroom. All right. And right behind her, we have Aluna Faye. And the man himself, the reason why Batman's not here, Ra's al Ghul, Ruby Renexo. No. No. It's right there. All right, so let me pull out my handy-dandy list. I'm going to stand right over here because I'm not in costume. I shouldn't be on the stage. Pull up our nice list. All right, you guys ready to kick things off? Let's keep building that enthusiasm. Are you guys ready to kick things off? Yes. I want to hear that reaction for each and every one of our entrants today. So, starting off today's Kids Costume Contest from Monsters, Inc., please welcome Eleanor as Boo! And give him a big pose. All right, and you guys can take your seats right in the audience. Coming up next from Legend of Zelda, please welcome Zaniel as Link. Give him a big pose. All right, up next, you guys will be able to recognize where he's from. Please welcome Zayden as Sonic the Hedgehog. Give him a big pose, come on. Yeah. Ready, 1, 2. All right, from the Teen Titans, please welcome Elora as Raven. Your dance? Go ahead. She wants to do a dance for judges. All right. Up next from DC Comics, we have Sydney as Harley Quinn. All right, up next from the Spider-Verse, please welcome Audrey as Spider-Gwen. Give him a nice big pose right on the tee. Right on the tee. Strike a pose. All right. Our next contestant is in a custom creation. Please welcome Julia as Zero. Stairs are a cosplayer's worst nightmare, everybody. All right, up next from Legend of Zelda, please welcome Abner as Link. All right, next one is another original costume. Please welcome Katya as Dreamcatcher. All right, up next, another original costume. Please welcome Danny as the Ravager. Superhero landing. All right, swinging in from the Spider-Verse, we have Aiden as Spider-Man. Give him a nice big pose. Right there, give him a nice big pose. All right, from Transformers, please welcome Mason as Bumblebee. Give him a nice pose. All right, coming up next from DC Comics, please welcome Sage as Batgirl. All right, up next, please welcome Sebastian and Tommy as Satori and Pain. All right. You might recognize where this next character's from. Please welcome Alexi as Stitch. All right, we have another custom character. Please welcome Sophia as a skeleton pirate. All right. From Pokemon, please welcome Lily as Pokemon trainer with Eevee. All right, from Villains Valley View, please welcome Neva as Havoc. All right. From Teen Titans, please welcome Patrick as Starfire. All right. And our last entrant coming to the stage, please welcome Aurora as Rem. All right. I'm going to real quick take the judges to the back. We're going to quickly figure out who our top three are. Hang tight. We'll be right back with you guys. All right, our judges have finished deliberating. I'm going to real quick grab our prizes. We are going to be giving every single one of our participants a prize, so before you guys leave, be sure to come see me so you guys get a prize. Going to organize these in the right order. All right. Judges, I'm going to bring you guys up so you guys can reveal who our winners are. Are you guys ready?
Who am I doing? Am I doing first place? Second place? Third?
You're first. Here, switch. How about we go in order?
Yeah, switch.
So give it to her.
Yeah, no, I'm third. Oh, yeah. Wait, I do go first. Haha.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, so our third place winner is going to be Starfire. You are wearing body paint on a Sunday. You are stronger than all of us.
Oh, yeah. Should it be over there a little bit so we're not like in the photo? It's fine. Okay, for our second place, I was very partial to this one, so I'm sorry, this is bias. Boo? We love Boo.
She floats. Take a bow, Boo. Take a bow. She's like, what did I do? What did I do? You can stay on the stage, Boo, with the rest of the winners. Okay. And she just keeps the same smile. All right. So, first place, we are happy to announce the custom creation known as Zero. Please don't trip. Please don't fall. Congratulations. Don't forget your prize. All right. All right, all three award winners, I'm going to bring you guys right back to the middle so you guys can pose for the cameras. All together. And then we're going to bring all of our kid contestants back on stage so you guys can get one big group photo together, right? And another big round of applause for all of our amazing contestants today. All right. We welcome all of our entrants back up to the stage for photos. This way, guys. Come down this way.
Come see me. I got stuff for every one of you.